Welcome, everyone. We'll be starting shortly. Morning. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Yissilmissil Productions channel. My name is Steven Yissil, and today, let's talk about it. Hope you're all doing well on this fine Sunday morning. So we are live on YouTube and Rumble. BitChute was crapping out, so bye-bye BitChute. We'll try that next time. But we're live on 2 platforms right now, and I plan to do this going forward. Doing it all through OBS, all free restreaming, don't have to pay for these shit websites, restream.io, go fuck yourself. I can figure this shit out on my own, you see here? Took me long enough though, right? So, we have a good show planned here today. We have one video in particular I'd like to watch. And we're keeping it to one video because the last stream went 12 hours. I cannot believe that we went that long, but we did it. We sure as hell did it. So, updates since last week. We streamed on Sunday. And on Friday, Tom Althouse streamed with Roseanne's son in a special stream. And that's what we're gonna watch today. I'm excited. Now, I know I've said before that I despise watching this stuff, and in a way I do, you know, but we have to call the stuff out from where it's at. We need to go on these videos that Tom is appearing on these channels with and dissect them and set the record straight. Yeah, thank you, Andreas. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's always good to have other people here with me, and I don't do that too often, but maybe that'll become a thing going forward. So we have the Sovereign Soul channel on Rumble. That's what we're gonna watch today. Let me cue this up. There we go. You know, I think the Rumble stream is doing good. I think it's all healthy. It's the way it should be. Okay. So I'm ready to just jump right into this. Turning the music down a little bit. Andreas says, "Hi, I heard that Morpheus is actually John the Baptist from the Bible according to the actor who played him." Interesting. That sounds like something that Lawrence Fishburne would say. By the way, I have not gotten around to watching that interview of Lawrence Fishburne. I will be doing that for Jay Wild and Zenray for the members only. Oh, we got Zenray here with a super chat of $4.99. Thank you very much, sir. Hey, Lerny, good to see you. Rain. All right, we're all hopping on in here. By the way, I'm unable to watch the comments coming in on Rumble. I'm sure it's gonna be slow at first because this is like my third Rumble live stream ever. But it's all simulcasting now. So everything going forward it'll be pumped right through. And I'm working on my website. I've had a website for a very long time. And for the most part, I've used it for gigging work and getting like wedding gigs and musicians hitting me up. But I am streamlining everything to show on the front page. There will be a YouTube video button, there will be a Rumble video button, there will be a BitChute, Odyssey, and Brighteon. And you will see every video that I do here on the YouTube channel, but I re-upload all of them to these other platforms. And I have the links in the description of every video that you can go follow those channels if that's what you prefer. But for my main website, the landing page is going to have all of the YouTube videos, and then the Rumble and all that. You'll be able to just click buttons, and then you'll go in and see the different shows and the thumbnails. You click on the thumbnails, and it'll bring up a whole list in order, everything that I've done. And that's what I've been working on this whole past week. It's been a lot of work. Also updating all of these channels to make sure they're up to date with everything. Some of them are a few months behind. And that's on me. I was slacking getting that stuff up. But it's just, it's going to be a landing page for everything going forward. So the link that's at the very bottom of my description, Yissilmissilproductions.com or Yissilmissil.com. You'll be able to go there and you'll be able to access all the content that I've ever put up. Alright? And that includes all the deep dive series. I'm focused more on getting that all organized right now. It's a lot of work doing the embed codes, the titles, making the navigation easy so that you don't get locked into a page. You can go back and forth. So all of that, it takes time, but I got a lot of progress done this week, and I'm intending to continue working on that throughout the next week, and hopefully I'll have that published so that everybody has ease of access to all the content. I'm reading the YouTube chat here. Jason has his ham and cheese croissant. Yeah, Jason wants my Rumble. Hold on. Yeah, give me one moment. Yeah, it is running. Alright, I'm going to link this show right in the chat here. Alright. So we have this video to watch. I gotta get out of studio mode. Hold on. Thank you, everyone, as always, for being here. I really appreciate you guys' support. And let's roll, shall we? So you see the names here. We got Brad Wozni that's hosting this channel, and Jake Pentland, that's Roseanne's son. And then obviously we have the character of topic today, Tom Althouse. Alright, I guess it would help if you guys heard this.
And he had two, not one, but two episodes on the Roseanne Barr show with Jake Pentland, the actual co-host and son of Roseanne Barr, joining us. It will be a comedy fest, a riot, tons of truth bombs as well. We're going to be talking about hidden truths of God, the Matrix disclosure. Are NPCs real? What kind of insider reveals do we have from the top of the entertainment industry across politics? And MAGA Strikes Back and more. Join us in the live chat. Share this with your patriots and your friends.
Yeah, Lerny. So Jake Pentland, that's the one that was running the behind the scenes on Roseanne's podcast that we saw last week. And Brad Wozni, we've seen him, I believe, on episode 11 of Let's Talk About It, when we were listening to the deposition audio and then going to a recent video where Tom was interviewing. That was with Brad Wozni. So here we have both of these guys interviewing with Tom, but Brad is hosting the channel here on this video we're watching. And this was released on Friday, so it was 2 days ago. And I just find it odd that we covered everything, because this was July 4th, the last Roseanne interview. I did this live stream last Sunday, and then Friday is when they put this thing out, and they called it a special stream. Interesting, yes, yes.
Heck, people who just love to laugh everywhere, and we'll see you soon.
One of the most interesting words in the English language today is the word fuck.
Man, I apologize. See, we're reviewing like subpar content, but this is because we're looking at Tom Althouse stuff. Like, I wouldn't be putting this stuff on the show, but this is what this guy opens his stuff with.
Word. Besides the sex, fuck you.
With these amazing...
Yeah, enough of that.
Nora on his right side, earning Jake Pentland, everybody. He's dressed up all Canadian take. He's got the plaid on, kind of a trucker's cap. He's got a Nora on his right side. He's got booze on his left side. He totally deserves to be an honorary 51st state Albertan, making Alberta great again. So
all the man needs right here.
That's it.
How'd you get the moose in the garage there, Jake? How'd you get the moose in the garage? I don't know.
Tied up out front. How's the HOA?
And it looks like Tom here has taken up residence in his guest room where he had me stay for the 2 weeks I was at his house. It looks like that's his primary stream location now. And he loves blurring his background out. Which, I mean, it's a good tool, but really, I prefer not to do that. Just get a backdrop, man. Like, I don't know what he's doing.
Like that.
Yeah.
With the moose in the garage?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're fine as long as you pay your fees.
It's funny, some of these other live streams that Tom's been on, when he has the blurred screen for the background, and he goes and holds up his script, it all gets, like, blurred out, and I think that happens on this stream. Because I took a peek at everything here.
You can do whatever you want. It's Texas.
Great, perfect.
Although I am in LA right now. But
Oh, yeah.
normally in Texas.
Yeah, that's great. I spent some time there, living there between...
You know what? Also, we're going to run this up to 1.5 speed again. Otherwise, we're going to be here for 6 hours. All right.
Santa Monica and Marina Del Rey was great. And Fridays at Duke's. Oh, man. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day, before I knew of who would frequent those types of places. So, yeah, beautiful. Love to get back there. Love to hang when it's all cleared up. So I know you've got about an hour with us, Jake. We really appreciate it. And just as a great sampler, it's Jake. Yes, as if you've all seen the Roseanne Barr show, or podcast rather, right? Show podcast. I've got to be mindful of that. Co-host and her son. This is a great setup to everything that I've talked about, and I've done the show in 4 seasons, nearly 800 shows now, just here outside of being interviewed elsewhere as well.
So just a little background on Brad Wozny here. Like I said, we watched his first I think it was his first interview with Tom Althouse back on episode 11 of Let's Talk About It. And we were saying here in the chat and everything, like, this guy is just naive at this point. He has no idea about this side of YouTube with me, with the 22 interviews, unless he does know, and Tom told him not to look at any of it. Then he wouldn't know any better, right? But he's approaching this very naively, and I think Jake is as well, because, I mean, if Roseanne was watching my shows, like Tom said, before Tom showed up on Roseanne, then they should know that I'm still out here producing content, right? And Tom showed episode 3 in his browser on his laptop on Veronica Bartolini's Codebreaker Real Talk channel on YouTube. And that was, what, back in April? So, Tom's aware that I'm doing these shows. And we've had this thing on other channels like Beyond the Box where we have these silent watchers, and I'm pretty sure these guys are doing that with this show, but I don't really care. This needs to get out to as many people as possible, because Tom here is grifting. He is not being forthcoming. And we're learning a lot going through all of this content here on Let's Talk About It. But, yeah, I just wanted to give a quick rundown on Brad here. And, you know, hopefully both these guys will wisen up. That's the best thing we could hope for. You know? Because, as we'll see today, Tom will again do the same basic bitch interview. Same stuff over and over and over and over.
Well as Tom. So I'm going to play this clip from Jake and Roseanne speaking just a few days ago, and all the links are right below the description here, everybody, for Tom, for Jake, and Roseanne Bar podcast. So take a listen to this as it kicks us off today.
Times, and the Jews, in my opinion, that's what I'm hearing, the true Jews in Israel are, and God's people, forget saying Jew, just God's people in that area are.
Oh, right away they start talking about the Jews. You see that? I guess Jake just can't help himself. Just like Roseanne. Like mother, like son.
Standing in their way, and that would explain so much to me of what's going on in the world today. If
What
that's
Torah says is the souls,
yeah, so we call
Mount
that.
Sinai, are standing in the way. Just like those same souls, or those same that same inspiration in those people said, no, we won't give our nose rings for you to make a golden calf.
So we're talking about, again, fifth generational warfare, spiritual first, dark versus light. You're either on the side of Creator, the great omnipresence of divinity, God, God, the Great Spirit, or you're not.
Hey, Zandy17, you're very welcome. They say, thanks for your show, Yissilmissil Productions. I hear you. And feel free to chat, send me messages here. I'll read them out loud on air. I love doing this interaction with the live show here. But, yeah, we're going to be breaking down this interview, and we'll be stopping a lot like this to add commentary. It's just, it's the format that works best for this series. So, we'll carry on here.
Like Bishop Joe O'Connor tells everybody, and Tom Althouse and I are friends with him, the devil owns the fence in the middle. So would you mind just expanding on a little bit about your background? Thank you so much for being here. It's been a couple months. I've been looking forward to having this. And then lead us off with that, and then we'll go over to Tom if that's cool.
You got, well, first of all, thank you for the invite. You know, it was funny. You guys saw my text when you asked me on. It's like, are you asking me? Because most people just are like, hey, can you? And I get it. I know my role and my place in the world. But I also do feel like the message that me and my mother are trying to get out is an important one. And sometimes she's going to get mad at me for saying this. Sometimes it's very personal to her because she's a Jewish woman and a Zionist and all the things. And you've been on the internet.
You hear that? He just said his mom is a Zionist. And didn't Tom say that, like, he was anti-Zionist? I guess that's all out the window, right? For those of you that don't know the term Zionist, you're going to have to look it up for yourself. I can't really explain. The best I can tell you, without, like, getting in trouble here, streaming, is that certain group of people think that they're better than everyone else. It's like everything that they say the white supremacists, Nazis are, okay? That's what the Zionists are. Plain and simple.
The last couple months, you know what that means and the kind of comments that leads to. So trying to spread this.
But different from the whites, except that they are JEWS, okay? I don't want to get pulled off the internet here, and I've been doing really well so far with passing through all of these CENSORS, alright? But we just heard Jake say that Roseanne is, in fact, a Zionist. And I thought we heard that last week. But this is more confirmation here.
Get mad at me for saying this. Sometimes it's very personal to her because she's a Jewish woman and a Zionist and all the things. And you've been on the internet the last couple months. You know what that means and the kind of comments that leads to. So trying to spread this larger message of God and the devil, good and evil, it's harder for her because she gets kind of sidetracked on that. I like to be a little bit more, whatever the overall macro view is, which is, and I'll say this. Jew to me doesn't mean you're a Jewish person or your last name ends with Berg or Stein. A Jew, the way I see it, is a soul and someone who's connected to God, and that could be a Christian, that could be a Muslim, it could be an atheist even, but it's a person who is turned on by the light of God, and they want good, and they want all the things that are good in the light of God. And then there's the other side, which we all know who that is, and that also can be a Jew or a Muslim or an atheist. It's not divided by religion, and I think what I'm saying today that's scary.
Very sleazy way of going about describing that, Jake. We learned last week on episode 13 that well, we talked about it, but Roseanne hinted at it, that her god is in fact Satan. And they're trying to butter this up and repackage it, and it's all deception. It's all deception here. So we're trying to clear the deception away. And this is the best way to go about it, is calling all this out while it happens.
Me is that people are starting to focus on, I hate Jews or I hate Muslims, which I'm guilty of. I'm on anti-Islamic tirades most of my day, but I then stop and go, I'm going down the wrong path. I'm on the dark side now that I'm doing that, because it has nothing to do with them. So, that's the message we get out. And my mom corrects me in that clip where she says the Torah, the Bible, the Old Testament says it's souls on the outside. So I've now, forget good and evil, God and the devil. I'm now gonna, from now on as I speak, it's people with souls and NPCs. People with souls, whether they're reptilian or Anunnaki, whatever that is, we can get it later. If you have a soul, you know that you have a soul. And if you have a soul, you know other people that have souls. You can feel it. And that's it. If you don't feel a soul from a person, that's not someone to be close to or listen to it. And that's pretty much it. That's what we do. We go out every week and try and spread this message. And, I don't think it's working. I think we're losing the messaging. I think dark forces are very strong right now. And it's actually terrifying. I'm terrified. But I'm still going to keep saying this because I think it's the important message and the truth.
That's a pretty bold statement for him to make. He thinks he's failing right now at trying to get his message out. Well, they have a big enough platform, I don't see why they think they're failing. Unless all the noise on Twitter's drowning them out. Which would be kind of funny. But Brad Wozni here has 34,000 subscribers on his Rumble. And real quick, let's see the view count on this video. It's 8.62 thousand. So 8,620 views this video has gotten. And then you compare it to... this is just 2 days old. But my first interview with Tom Althouse, it has around 8,000 views too. It's probably a little under 8,000 right now. But that was 2.5 years ago. And let's catch up on the chat here. Texas Learning says, let's just play the Jew card again. She does behave like a Zionist, aka she can't do wrong. Yeah. A golden calf, I'd say, Learning also says. And Zenray says she's Queen of the Damned. Quote, our forces, end quote. Who talks like that? Yeah. Well, they're trying to say that they're on the side of good, but he keeps talking about the light, and we all know the false light bearer is Lucifer. So it's a lot of wordplay that's going on here. I'm very shocked that they openly claim themselves to be Zionists. That's really something else, to be that brazen about it. Normally they're hiding. They're trying to say they're other things that they're not. They use other buzzwords. But this is really interesting, that he's straight up saying what he is.
That's it.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, mate. Really appreciate that. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's imperative everybody gets involved in the conversation, and you look at it from that macro level. It's light or dark, that's it. And anything that gets down to the Islam, this, Jew, that, we're back to 70 and 80 years ago and 100 years ago, which is where they want everybody. When they roll out things like the Spanish flu again.
Also, the world government, they eventually want Israel to expand into Turkey and parts of Serbia. And there's a map actually it's called Greater Israel. And it's on all of the Mossad agents' uniforms. It's in the form of a patch now with that new map on it. And they want to expand much further in the Middle East. And this is a known thing that's been around for many decades. And just like Jake here with being open about being a Zionist, they're also open about what their plans are. And that's why there's all this war in the Middle East right now. It's not because Muslims just think that murder is the way to go. Like I said about the Second Gulf War, a lot of that was based off of the U.S. military bases and embassies being in too many places in the world. And all these other countries wanted was for us to withdraw from our bases. Like, we don't have to be in all of these locations just stocked to the gills with military weapons, just waiting to just attack whoever Israel decides to call out and say, here, this is the next place we want.
Or climate lockdowns. One province, New Brunswick, if you go to the bush, it's not about the fire. It's about if you break your leg, we're not going to come save you, but we'll put you in prison for 6 months to a year and charge you $150,000. And the other province right beside it that shares the same forest goes, no, it's about fire. You might start a fire if you go out there. So now it's $150,000. Anyway, so all that shit is real, as Jake is emphasizing here, and that's why it's imperative everybody gets involved. And Tom, my friend, over to you.
Well, the power is like involved in infrastructure, and you got these. Once any ruling body knows that throughout history that to keep power, you have to have a lot of ducks in a row and in order and maintained, and it takes a lot of effort to control the world. So the one world society is basically doomed from the start because you have to have everything in place to keep it just so, and we're just not designed that way.
I don't think Tom realizes that Zionists are the ones that want the one world society, where every other race is subservient to the Zionists. The New World Order, brother.
To step in line and do step along. We're just not. And your artists are not going to take it. We're not going to do it. That's like telling us to, don't do art, just shut up. We're going to do it. We're going to create art. And if you're going to feed us the best material, we're going to use the best material. If you're going to be an asshole about it, then we're going to bring you forward and talk about you. So it's like, we're human. And I think people are going to realize that only coming together are we going to excel. And that's what I was telling you, Mom.
Gee, Tom, am I being enough of an asshole so far? Or do I need to turn it up a notch for you to even mention me? Not that I want him to mention me. It's just, it's really something else that just zero talk about me besides on Veronica's 380-something subscriber channel, saying about how I'm a lower echelon YouTuber. I got nearly 10 times the amount that she has in terms of subscriptions. Now, that doesn't matter when it comes to the lives, because it's like the live crowd here is different from my overall subscriber count. Not everybody's coming here and watching live. YouTube doesn't put it in the algorithms. And we're going to see how Rumble does, because we're live on Rumble right now along with YouTube. But it's funny that Tom says this, that like if you're an asshole, we're going to call you out. That's what I'm doing to you, Tom. I'm here calling you out for being an asshole. Do you understand that? And I have yet to hear you talk about what's wrong with what I'm doing here.
You're going to create art. And if you're going to feed us the best material, we're going to use the best material. If you're going to be an asshole about it, then we're going to bring you forward and talk about you. So it's like, we're human. And I think people are going to realize that only coming together are we going to excel. And that's what I was telling Mom, too.
Did you notice he said, if you feed us the best material, we'll use the best material? Now, like, is he talking about... He's talking about himself, right?
They're doomed from the start because you have to have everything in place to keep it just so. And we're just not designed that way. To step in line and do step along. We're just not. And your artists are not going to take it. We're not going to do it. That's like telling us to, don't do art, just shut up. We're going to do it. We're going to create art. And if you're going to feed us the best material, we're going to use the best material. If you're going to be an asshole about it, then we're going to bring you forward and talk about you. So it's like, we're human. And I think people are going to realize that only coming together are we going to excel. And that's what I was telling your mom too. I said, let's not alienate anybody. Let's bring them all in. She was cool. We're talking about this.
Except Steve Yissilmissil and Yissilmissil Productions. Let's alienate him. Right. let's bring everyone together. But in honor of my 2 dead sons, I wish you would not speak about any of this anymore. What? What was that, Tom? We'll see how long it takes Tom to mention his 2 dead sons here.
About just, celebrate our connection, which is our ability to have faith. I told you that, our ability to have faith is a combining factor that can bring us together. Not our religions, but our ability to have faith. Yeah. And if your journey goes a different way, then that's fine. That's fine. At least I'll be there with you the whole way because I'm celebrating your faith and your journey. And who knows what the outcome's going to be at the end? And who knows who's right and who's wrong? Faith is a good guess at best. Really when it comes down to it. I could get slain by the Vatican for that one, but it's like, it really does come down to a best guess. And that's why I asked, what can we do to prove as your children to God, the Creator? What can I do to show we are, have a chance to prove ourselves? And that's where the whole Matrix story came from, or the Immortals was that.
Yeah.
He can't help himself. Look at this this little sub-description he has here. Writer of the Immortals / Matrix. Real smooth there, Tom. Now, I was posting when I was interviewing him, and it's all those videos are up on my channel. I say, creator of the Immortals, aka the Matrix. And I put the AKA there because I think that described it better than him just blatantly saying he wrote the Matrix, which he's said multiple times. It's easy for him to just start off saying that because he knows it's an attention grabber. And he's doing conferences now, UFO conferences, mind you, nothing to fucking do with the Matrix. But he's going out to these UFO conferences, and he's telling everybody that he's the original writer of The Matrix. But that's false information. It's not accurate. And his script does not compare to what the Wachowskis put together.
Ask, what can we do to prove as your children to God, the Creator? What can I do to show we are, have a chance to prove ourselves? And that's where the whole Matrix story came from, or the Immortals was that.
Yeah, all right, we'll definitely get into that. I'm just going to show an image here, and then we're going to go to a clip where these last few guys were hanging out together. This is from show number 2, right? Yeah, it's a great shot. Great shot. Yeah.
Now, remember last week, he was saying on Roseanne's show that this copy right here is the only copy in existence. That's not true either. He has another copy that's much more dog-eared, and he was using in the other interviews he was doing with other hosts, which he no longer works with either. And I also had an anonymous email asking to purchase all of my interviews so that I can pull them off of YouTube. And it's funny because they were talking about taking legal action against Tom, but they also said that they had a copy of the script as well. So there's more than one copy of the Immortal script that's out there in the public. And sooner or later, we're going to know everything that's in that script. And we'll be able to compare to the Wachowskis and see really what's going on here. I'm reading the chat. Zenray says, replace force with source, and they have sources working for them. Yeah. Zenray also says, aka Tom Mudblood's family of gods that channel to him. Yeah. Andreas says, wow, looked up Zion stuff. Do they want... hold on. Looked up Zion stuff. Do they want to happen to Arabs? Like, sounds similar to the years of 1933 to 1945. If you know, you know. Yeah. That's why I say do the research. Go out there and look the information up. It's easily accessible. At least at this current time. A lot of echoes of the 1930s right now. Zandy17 says, we won't have a one world government. That's right. That's the attitude to have. And that's the way to approach all of this, because by us saying that we won't have one, that will manifest that reality, or we don't end up being controlled by these lunatics here. Marnie says, it's allegedly only fine if they call out people, but God forbid if it happens to them. Yep, and that again falls into the narcissist category, where the narcissists can never accept blame or fault. It's always everybody else's problem. They're always a victim. And the list goes on and on. We've covered the whole narcissist concept here and how they behave. And especially with Tom here.
Oh, Tom. It's a great shot of Tom, that's for sure.
What are you talking about? It's like I'm eating a turtle.
So you sent me this right before we got on, and you were saying that this is the new Neo as a Superman. You want to explain that briefly, and then I'm going to go to the clip from the previous show. Show part 2 if you want.
Yeah, I don't think we had this on the air, so I wanted to bring this forward.
What's new to me?
Wild is, yeah, here you go then. Ready for this? At the pitch session, if you have a pitch session, which I have at bottom jury, right? And thank you to the CIA.
By the way, we learned through the deposition audio that this pitch session was actually a phone call. And he said that he believes that Bonaventura recorded the phone call, and that's how they extracted all of this information and used it to create the Matrix script. But he has no proof that they recorded the phone call. Alright? And that's evident with the material that we've covered so far. And the image that's on the screen right now, this is from the Animatrix. This is, I don't know, this is from the one short where they capture a machine and they plug it into their... It's like the free people that are on their own ship capture a machine, they plug them into a mainframe, and then they try to basically do therapy on it. And this is the machine. Inside the mainframe, the machine is showing up like this woman. And the whole thing... Tom's gonna try to conflate it and say that it's somehow related to his Immortal script, but we will learn eventually that that's not the case whatsoever.
Hey, for returning all these drafts of scripts, returning all these. These are all original scripts, pre-96.
Look at him cheesing it up. He said they were all returned. Yeah, they broke into my house and they returned them all and put them on my bed. What a crock of shit. Really, there's... the amount of forensics you'd have to go through to make sure that this guy didn't just print this out on his printer and go outside in his yard and step on all the papers and then mark it all up and say it's from 96, 93, 92. It's very hard to confirm any of that shit. But I'll just go and say that he either found these in a box, and he's making up this break-in story, by the way. I'll tell you right now, all you critical thinkers out there, you tell me, how can he go to Florida, come back home, notice no evidence of a break-in? He could say all day long that he thinks it was CIA, FBI, whatever. Who cares that much to give him his scripts back that are still in the agencies? And if they stole everything, wouldn't they have destroyed it all if their purpose of stealing it was to suppress all this information? How were these things just floating around? And I don't believe that it just ended up on his bed while he was out in Florida during the conference. Just makes no fucking sense. But that's the story he's going with. And everybody that hosts him have been eating this information up.
Yeah, here you go then. Ready for this? At the pitch session, if you have a pitch session, which I have at bottom jury, right? And thank you to the CIA for returning all these drafts of scripts, returning all these. These are all original scripts, pre-96.
Again, give me a fucking break here.
Thank you to the CIA. Thank you. Thank you.
It's like, Get out of here, man.
Yep.
I was told by Michael Jaco, there's good people in the CIA. I've been waiting for the right time.
Yep.
God bless you guys. All right, so this was all restored into my bed. All the working drafts I need to beat Warner Brothers and Disney and Sony. So
There's
yay,
a
go.
If they were really watching him, do you think they'd let him do all these interviews? Do you think they'd let him go and talk shit about all these people? I would believe that he would have agents showing up to his house and saying, yeah, that's enough with these live streams. For the sake of your last remaining son, I would not live stream again, Tom. Like, that's the type of stuff they would say. And do. And if we were to humor this whole story that the CIA broke into his house, he has no fucking clue who broke into his house, if anybody broke in at all, which I don't believe anybody broke in. I think he found those in a box in his house somewhere while unpacking everything, moving into this new house that he's been in for the past year and a half. Lerny says they suppressed the information by giving it back to Tom Althouse. The logic. Yeah, exactly. It makes no fucking sense. And I'm not being bitter here. This is just, we're using our brains here. Andreas says he admits to why they... Sorry. Having a hard time reading what you're saying. He admits to why say that aloud. Why the reminder? Yeah, because wouldn't that be putting these good CIA people in danger by just spreading this information out that, oh yeah, one of the good ones helped, thank you. Like, that dude's fucking contract's gonna be up. They're gonna execute him. Whoever did it. And that's humoring this idea that his story is true on all this. No, I really believe he found these looking through shit. He had no idea what was where. And, yeah, who knows what mental state he was in, that maybe he had a fugue state and he forgot that he left him on his bed before he left. Jason H. Jason says, story was so good to steal, they gave it back. It's fucking ridiculous.
Out of those were turned up there. Just since we touched on it, so we're bringing the audience up. We have people from
The right time. God bless you guys. All right, so this was all restored into my bed. All the working drafts I need to beat Warner Brothers and Disney and Sony. So
there's
yay,
a
go.
screenshot of those were turned up there.
Crazy?
Just since we touched on it, so we're bringing the audience up.
So we're getting into this. Yay. God bless you guys. Yay. Yay. Good CIA. Yay. Who's taking Tom seriously at this point? It really seems like he has a mental condition. But he's also a grifter. So he knows what he's doing here. But he's being so brazen about it.
I have been waiting for the right time. God bless you guys. All right, so this was all restored into my bed. All the working drafts I need to beat Warner Brothers and Disney and Sony. So
there's
yay,
a
go.
screenshot of those were turned up there.
Crazy?
Just since we touched on it, so we're bringing the audience up. We have people from Edmonton, Saskatchewan, Sweden, Grandma Jen's in the chat, a bunch of other people from around the world. So these scripts were returned to you after they were stolen. It was 1993, you said?
2 days, yeah, they were stolen. Basically, these ones were stolen in 2010 or 2012 by the attorney that was supplied by Warner Brothers. He has suspended license, this Tony Rankin character. He was classmates with their attorneys from University of Berkeley.
So how did these scripts get out of Rankin's hands then? Rankin is Tom says that the license was expired when he worked with him. Rankin, I believe, was an assigned attorney to him by the courts. So he couldn't afford an attorney on his own when he filed this online lawsuit in 2010. And then this guy comes over to his house and steals the scripts? No, he was trying to get it together for his case. And then they lost the case. It's a factual thing. He lost the case. He can go on all day about how they threw the case. That's besides the point here. But he was brought back to do depositions in 2014, and I believe that Warner Brothers countersued him after he lost his case in 2010. And the reason 2010 is because that's when Tom realized that The Immortals was stolen and that the Matrix trilogy was made based off of his script. 2010. 7 years after Matrix Revolutions came out. What took him so fucking long? Zenray says Rankin never stole them in the first place. I think you're right. Sandy17 says Hollywood is dark. They sure took his sons for a reason. Yeah, and it's plural, sons, too. But guess what? I believe here that Tom was estranged from his two sons that eventually were tragically killed. In different situations, mind you. But he has no photographs of them up in his home. You'd think a grieving father that's doing all of these interviews with the base, like, he's basing all of this on, like, continuing the work in their honor. He's gone on for 12 minutes, hasn't said a word yet about them. You'd think he'd start off everything with that. Andreas says, why say the CIA gave back the script? Was what I meant to say. Sorry, my bad. Fingers type faster than what my brain thinks. It's all good, Andreas. So, I think I'm mispronouncing your name, too. Is it Andreas? Let me know if I'm saying it right. But, yeah, I tend to agree with Zenray here. Rankin never stole this in the first place. And keep in mind that Tom had me at his place last year in April, at first to shoot the documentary. And then he scrapped that the moment I arrived. And then he wanted to write a book. So I started having to transcribe his words. And I audio recorded some of it. We might listen to some of that in the future. But it's really redundant shit. It's all stuff to pad this overall story he's fabricating and putting out there to the public.
1993, you said?
2 days, yeah, they were stolen. Basically, these ones were stolen in 2010 or 2012 by the attorney that was supplied by Warner Brothers. He has a suspended license, this Tony Rankin character. He was classmates with their attorneys from University of Berkeley. And so he was supplied with a suspended license to run out the statute of limitations, to make sure nothing got in as evidence, and he did his job and screwed us and bragged about it. And then they did all recover and everything else. But what's interesting is he hijacked all those things from our very dining room in Maui in 2010, 2012. And so what happened was we were dead in the water.
Rankin still has an attorney's office in Hawaii. And his Facebook page is still up and everything. Tom never wanted me to pursue finding out more information on him. So take that with what you will. Alright, thank you, Andreas. Yeah, I've been calling you that for a while now, and thanks for not taking any offense to that.
We didn't have the original scripts, and that's what the whole plan was. Have him have access, get the original screenplays that were pre-96, because the Wachowskis didn't put anything down that was made until 96. So that's why they did it, and that's why George Michael was killed on Christmas in 2016 after they threw the case. They're wrapping up all the loose ends. He was the best witness that the work was done.
And George Michael was a good guy.
Yeah, really good guy. And it was, look at this. Sorry, I get it by the blur there.
So he's also saying that the case wrapped up in 2016. I don't believe that's when it wrapped up. And this is the third case. First case where Warner Brothers countersued. And he's probably blurring it all together, thinking that whole thing from 2010 to 2014 was just his case. Right? But In 2014, he was begging the courts to settle for $90,000 so that he can cover his court costs and break even, to make it a wash. He doesn't fucking care about his rights with any of this stuff. He saw it as a losing battle, and he says in the deposition audio he just wants to move on with his life. Then what the fuck is he doing here in 2025 still talking about this shit?
Killed on Christmas in 2016 after they threw the case. They're wrapping up all the loose ends. He was the best witness that the work was done.
And George Michael was a good guy.
Yeah, a really good guy. And it was, look at this. Sorry, I get it by the blur there. There we go. George Michael Praying for Time, 1990. This is the 1993 one where he read the whole thing through and said, yeah, go ahead and send it in, and we'll see where it goes.
So everybody knows that George Michael signed off on his licensed work to be used in Tom's original script called The Immortals, which became the Matrix series that they...
Brad doesn't have any proof of this. You'd think there'd be a paper trail of George Michael saying to Tom that, yes, you have my permission to use my work. What I think happened here is Tom just liked a song that George Michael made, included it in his typed draft, and then submitted it with that, like, as is. That's all I believe happened here. Because we have no proof of what Tom is saying. I've yet to see the paper trail. Show it. Show it. Anytime you're ready, Tom. Show it.
Stole from him and put the Wachowski brothers / he, her, she, them, they, them, it, what all demons call each other.
That music, Praying for Time. Listen to Praying for Time again. Pick up the old, DVDs. Yeah. Praying for Time, George Michael, and listen to the lyrics that fit the Matrix. The wounded skies above. What's over there is over here. God stopped keeping score. He's not coming back. That's the ending that they kept. The Wachowskis said we're keeping the same ending. It's this very ending where Christ does return in the end, and it faces off with the architect looking like Christ. It's pretty cool. And they said they get the same ending. But what's interesting is, 2 days before Easter, these drafts show up again. So what's interesting, too, is we're dealing with human beings. Whatever agency, whatever group, whatever religious sect, we're dealing with human beings. And a lot of human beings, I think, in our hardware, we want to be on the winning side. That's what, a lot of times, that's what Hollywood counted on, like the ball counts on it. Well, now we're the winning side. And so now they're shredding. You're just losing it. So now you're going to see like the Wizard of Oz, like the man behind the curtain of Wizard of Oz. Toto's pulling back that curtain. And it's like they're running out of personnel to work with. They're leaving ship, and now the bosses have to handle everything. So it's pretty freaky. Yeah.
Well, there's a great clip I'm going to move to here of the last show the three of you did, Tom, Jake, and Roseanne. And it's about 4 minutes-ish. And it's incredible because it covers the gamut altogether. I'm going to play that here. And just as we roll to it, chat says, Jake, you have a calm, sensible wisdom. Yeah, grounded. You're gonna see Jake in this clip continue to lever that.
Yeah.
Middle of the show. So this is from episode 2, episode 105 of the Roseanne Bar podcast with Roseanne and Jake, where Tom came back as the only repeat guest thus far.
We've had a couple just for.
Oh, have you? I didn't see Patrick Byrne come back. I definitely know Candace Owens or
Candace is not coming back.
Chris Owens or whatever his name is not coming back.
Tom's the only one that's been back that we
Candace Owens not coming back because she's criticizing the Zionists. Oh, man. Zenray says, I believe Tom is a sociopath that pretends to be an empath. I agree with you. He's definitely sociopath because he's realizing what resonates with people, what piques their interest. And then he scraps all the other details and just runs with those buzzwords and just general sayings that he repeats over and over and over again, like we've been saying he does.
Love is Tom is a friend of our families too, except for Shannon Huey, my mom's friend and makeup artist. But those two,
Vibrator Burn, that was their episode. Yeah,
Vibrator Burns, that was Shannon. Shannon's actually been on 3 times, so Tom we have to have back.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Tom, we love Tom. Yeah. So, and I know we'll see in this clip what we love about Tom is once it goes, in like a matter of 4 minutes, you cover more material than most people can do in an hour.
It's awesome. You guys are freewheeling and dealing. Then we're going to talk about when the wedding bells are going to be coming up between
my future stepfather, Tom.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Oh, man. So we also learned from that second Roseanne interview that Jake has had 6 stepfathers, which would make Tom number 8 in the marriage circle with Roseanne.
Yeah, he's the only guest we've had that she's tried to marry. That is true.
Who would say no to Roseanne? Who would say no?
You guys are freewheeling and dealing. Then we're going to talk about when the wedding bells.
Who would say no? I would say no. Hard pass.
are going to be coming up between
Yeah, my future stepfather, Tom.
Yeah,
There you go. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, he's the only guest we've had that she's tried to marry. That is
Who would say no to Roseanne? Who would say no? I mean, come on.
good. Yeah, you can.
Exactly. We'll get Derek Johnson. We'll throw him in the mix. I'll send it back over to Derek, and I'll just throw him on the thread.
And Tom wanted Roseanne to ask him. So just to make that clear, Tom would never propose.
And we'll have a little fun. Maybe he goes in there. Maybe she just wants both. Yeah, so here we go. All right.
Take the work, to take the work, and they did Forever Young right away. It pisses me off because then he celebrated. The only time.
Sorry about that. That was Forever Young. I was trying to pull that up in conjunction. Retake, restart on the live stream. Here we go.
Do an honest moment that I can.
So we also covered in episode 11 of Let's Talk About It. In the deposition audio, the questioning attorney asks Tom about Forever Young and says, "You do realize that Forever Young was released in 1993. And Tom's like, "Oh yeah, I know." But Tom is here claiming that his script was written in 93. So how could you have Forever Young using his script in a movie that's already released in theaters? He would need a different scapegoat besides Bonaventura in 93. Because just like with the way that he copyrighted The Immortals, he submitted his copyright in I think March of 99? Or maybe it was February of 99. It was like 2 months before The Matrix hit or wrapped up and released to the public. There's discrepancies here. Sunray says, "That Roseanne, what a beard." Yes. Roseanne is Tom's beard. And Zenray also says, "I wonder how long it'll take until Roseanne gets rat poisoned after the marriage." Oh, fuck. Yeah, let's hope not. That would be Penny L.A. Shepherd's work, if that happens. And that would be if Penny wanted Tom to marry her.
Conceive of, or a witness that can second witness, was when he's inebriated.
Yeah, when he called
when he was real.
And he called it, then he got to get back on there and apologize.
No, he shouldn't have. I thought that was a
No, you did the right thing even if you're inebriated. You finally did the right thing. If that's how it works for you, and you did the right thing, then
Let
good.
yourself
Let's set.
Yep.
Don't go back and apologize.
No, that's who you are.
Yeah, it's like, you might as well say, "I'm going to beg for anything to get the work, so I'll do whatever you want." Where's your strength?
Yeah.
Give up playing those characters.
Well, he was right to say that.
Isn't Tom going on to all these shows begging for people to... Please believe me. Believe that I wrote The Matrix. Lerny says, "Roseanne is Tom's golden calf." Yeah. Tom thinks this is the end all be all. Like this is his ticket to stardom right here. But again, anybody who searches Tom Althouse interview on YouTube will find my channel at the very top. And hopefully they find these videos. Especially today's.
Set. Yep. Don't go back and apologize.
No, that's who you are.
Yeah, it's like, you might as well say, "I'm going to beg for anything to get the work, so I'll do whatever you want." Where's your strength?
Yeah.
Give up playing those characters.
Well, he was right to say that the Jews started all the wars and do all the bad shit on earth.
He was.
He was completely right with that. Nah.
And he did call the cops sugar kids, which is one of my favorite things. Can we get back on track?
But I love that they're always.
you were
I love
Elon
that they're
Musk,
always
yes.
Catholics, and they go, "Well, the Catholics. That's a great church. They don't
If Roseanne didn't say the word "not" at the end, she would have been saying something truthful there.
do anything wrong. They've never done anything wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't.
There's not a whole.
They
religion.
didn't steal
There is
everything.
no-
They didn't steal everything from the Jewish temple in Jerusalem and take it to the Vatican and do black magic with it. They didn't do any of that. They're good, and the Jews are bad. They're satanic.
Yeah, as a writer,
you know, their
yeah.
God is Satan. That's who they are. The synagogue of Satan. The Jews.
Conceptually.
Now, Roseanne's trying to say this sarcastically, but funny how the truth just tends to get out there, huh?
The way I conceptualize is that we're in a cave. Basically, that cave idea that's been talked about before by philosophers is, we're children in a cave trying to get out of the cave, and everybody has their opinion, and no one's actually lighting a candle to get our way out.
That's such a great.
That is so true.
Goddamn.
Yeah.
Real quick, because I want to get back on track.
But we're trying to light a candle
gonna be hard.
to go.
I can tell it's gonna be hard.
No, shut up, Jake. We're trying
She's
to
saying
light a
must,
candle
must.
because
I got us.
we
Oh, and Roseanne was drunk during this interview, by the way. So she didn't have all her facilities to really question Tom here. She's just being laid back and not serious whatsoever.
want to save children.
Well, we're going to do it whether they're grabbing our throat, hanging on our back, and using our monkey tails around our head. We're gonna get people out of this cave. We're going to do it with other artists, and that's why what we do is to bring artists together, people that have different cross-discipline expertise, hearts, and compassion. Let us lead the way. Let us drive the car, and not these pedophiles, and we'll get our way out of the cave.
Okay,
We're connected to God. We know that the thing that God hates the most is hypocrisy and the harming of children.
Wait,
so, right?
I think this is a good moment for this moment. It'll never rise again, so we're going to go to Musk.
Roseanne, Andrea says, wow, really, to outright say it, and with what sounds like anger. Yeah, Roseanne, like, you can't tell when she's being sarcastic or when she's being truthful. And it kind of blends together here. Because it's very convincing hearing the things that she says about what she is mocking. But also the way that she says it, it comes off as like that's what she believes. So she's aware of all of these talking points. But they're based in fact. Go look up what the synagogue of Satan is in the Bible.
After I present your mom with the gift I want to give her.
Keep framing in line.
Yeah. So I am presenting my dear.
This is a big mistake because she's already got a huge ego.
I do not have a huge ego.
You're feeding the beast.
I don't have a huge ego. I have a huge sense of...
I gotta feel this.
Oh, I love
So
it.
it goes to who I consider should be honorary Queen of the World for your courage,
Thank you.
brilliance, beauty, compassion, divine feminine, and never say no.
Thank you, baby.
There you are.
I so appreciate
You
that.
have earned that, Mother.
Of course, I agree with you.
You are a goddamn icon.
Because I know, and I'm not goddamn. I'm God blessed,
It fits, see?
and I am so happy somebody gets me.
If you were Queen of the World, honorary.
She found it very important to say, I'm not goddamned. Notice that too? Tom crowned her honorary Queen of the World. Lerny says there is something about alcohol and inhibitions. Yeah, you know, that's why I chose to stop drinking. It's been... how long now? Almost 3 years. In about 4 months, it'll be 3 years.
Forbid it.
You're damn right we wouldn't. We would not only have peace, we'd have justice. And like I said, when I ran for president in 2012, which I see that Zorhan or whatever the fuck his name is, that asshole, he's still in my whole 2012 campaign for president, just like Trump did, but I forgave Trump. But anyway.
Well, Trump implemented it in an intelligent way. Just like
No, he did it better than I could.
Zorhan is a moron.
Zorhan, he's out there. Remember when I was running for president as a socialist, and I'd go out there and I'd say socialism is the only thing that can save America. Now he's fucking doing my act.
And I'm going to help.
There's so many contradictory things about Roseanne. You notice that? I think she also ran so that Ron Paul wouldn't win. Back in 2012, Ron Paul was the candidate to choose. And those who were following those elections saw how that all went down. He would be in the top of the polls. All the news networks would like mix up where he was at. Instead of first, they'd say third or fifth. It was strategic. It's because he's not part of the club. Hey, Jay Wild, good to see you. We're covering an interview from 2 days ago. Special stream, apparently. And I'm under the impression that this was done in reaction to last Sunday's stream. It's just a hunch of mine.
Fucking asshole.
With the segue lead in. So
All right, let's go.
And Trump also had the brains to let someone expose themselves. Mm-hmm. And who was that guy?
Elon Musk?
That's right. Let's go
That's
to that
right.
radio.
Oh my God. I said, Elon, if you start fucking funding the fucking satanic baby blood drinking Democrats now, I'm going to call your ass out. Because I think that's what he always intended.
Yeah, hypocrite here. Roseanne's a hypocrite. Jay Wilde says she admitted to making a deal with Satan on some late night talk show. Yeah, I've seen that clip. In fact, let's watch that right now. Let me pull it up. And then we'll get back into this. Unreal. So she's against Satanists now. What was she doing when she was one? Oh, this looks like it was scrubbed off the internet here. It's not showing up. Let me use fewer search words. I have that clip saved somewhere, by the way. It is not showing up on YouTube whatsoever. Ah, here it is.
She's gonna be mad.
Very quick clip. Oh, it's on Roseanne's channel. From 8 years ago. Guess she forgot to pull it down. Check this out.
She's gonna be mad at you.
Well, also my book is that, and I wanted to thank you because you let me come on your show and sing. And that was, a lot of my book is about my wanting to sing ever since I was a little girl, and my family lied to me and told me that I was better than Shirley Temple, and I believed them.
See, that you're not helping a kid when you do that.
No, and I totally believed them and everything. And then when I was 6, all of a sudden, I was a half. They started to tell my younger cousin that she was
the real singer.
Yeah, and it really upset me. So I summoned Satan, and I write about how I made it.
Where do you summon Satan?
It's in the chapter called "Eat, Pray, Love, Conjure Satan." And when I was 12 years old, I signed a deal with Satan in my room, and I was to.
CBS doesn't condone this.
Wait a minute. Because I wanted to get famous no matter what, and then I forgot that I had this deal with Satan and everything, and then I got really famous, and then one day I had this tragic singing accident at
yes, I remember that, yeah.
And I realized then that Satan was coming for my soul, so yeah, he wanted me to pay up. So about that, and how at the end I invite Satan to dinner at Spago, and
you should. He's there most nights, but you should.
But wait, and I asked him to, give me a refinance on my soul thing, and so that works out. It has a happy ending.
Oh, so you and Satan are good then.
Yeah, Satan. I have to say it's really cool because I totally.
Satan is not true. You can't say that on CBS.
I didn't say that. I said I lure him in. See.
Oh, and then you have a fiddle competition. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Yeah. Do you play the fiddle?
No.
Any musical instrument?
Well, I have taken musical lessons in my life, but I don't really play. I forgot it. I don't know. I took the piano for a while.
Right.
What a weird question.
What a strange thing to say. So there were audio clips that got cut out of that. It was muted on some of the things that they said for some reason. But you got the gist of it. Jay Wild says blending in with the elite. And Jay says, I saw that clip on a Mod Trisha compilation. It's a cool channel. She was going to elaborate, but he stopped her. Yeah. Yeah, leave it to Ferguson to stop her from saying more. She was revealing too much of the industry right there. And you heard what she said. She refinanced with Satan. So she bought herself more time. Unless she's already been taken care of and now this is a different person. But I don't believe that line of thinking right now. I think that's still her doing all this stuff out here. And I don't think she's changed. She's just able to hide it better now.
And there we go.
Nice.
That's part of that is me and Tom trying to keep it like, let's get the Elon Musk, and it never happens. So.
That was passing the ball back and forth. I was like, go long, Jake. Oops. Yeah, like,
whoever's doing your split cuts there, I mean, they've got the timing down.
That's me.
And kept it.
Yeah, Jake does that. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot of editing. Yeah,
it's a lot of editing. It is not an easy job. But anyway, that was. I love watching clips. It was such a fun show. Objectively speaking, I'm a fan of that show.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually biased. When you were on your show, when you were on with Joel Gilbert speaking to him, episode 110 just dropped, and Roseanne Barr is America is out now. Except I just checked Amazon last night, and it says it's not available yet. So we got to ding Amazon.
Yeah, Lerny says she actually thinks she can trick Satan. She's not clever enough by a long shot. Yeah, she's very foolish. Now there's this whole thing where like you can be redeemed and everything, but like she has a lot of karma coming her way. She's a lot of karma.
On A. Mason Bezos with that dragon tail that Crazy Joe Jaco says, look at this thing. You can't put that in your mouth. I'm like, oh my gosh, you're right.
I never thought about it.
Her and I went to take some remote viewing classes from Michael Jaco. That's how we met up, and it would be great too.
So the connection here between Tom and Brad is Michael Jaco, Wacko.
I think you're all connected too on the X-ray through Tom. And Mason.
So, and you see the way that this is all like shaken out now. They brought people in thinking that we were going along with their bullshit, and the moment we start questioning things, they cut us out, and then they expect us all to go away. I'm one of the I think I'm the only person that's speaking out about this, who's had contact with Tom, who's been invited to his house to work on his documentary about his story. I think there's been many people that have attempted to do the same thing I've tried with Tom before he cut them out. And the difference here with me is that I'm continuing to speak about it. About what happened and what he's doing, how he's framing me in all of this. He compares me to his estranged sister, who he also said all these bad things about him. He loves to flip things around. I'm being very critical of Tom here doing all of these shows, but it's not unfounded. Not in the slightest. Jay says Jake is like Benny from The Mummy. He'll be holding up all his crosses to Satan when he meets him, and it's just gonna laugh at him. Andrea says, wonder how she got the idea to make a deal with the false god from. Well, she's just straight up saying God at this point. And she's just leaving it up to others to fill in the blanks. And, oh, they mean Holy Father Creator. No, that's not who she's talking about. That's not who Tom is talking about. They're talking about the light bearer, Lucifer. They talk about light in that fashion.
And her and I went to take some remote viewing classes from Michael Jaco. That's how we met up, and it would be great too. I think you're all connected too on the X39 stuff. So through Tom, Mason, the devil's tail, can't put it in your mouth. I'm like, wow. So they've done two: the phallic symbol of an erect penis and a devil's tail all at once in that symbology. And of course, they don't have your mother up yet streaming, so we'll have to go somewhere else and give them your money. But everybody, back to what you were saying with Joel Gilbert, and then to all of this we just covered. You mentioned that Joel on the show. You said, not only my son, but I'm definitely a fan of Roseanne outside of this. And the way that you split as a dynamic co-host, keeping everything in line and bringing in, it really is a multifaceted capability. You have, Tom has it, a couple others I know do, like Derek and Michael.
Yeah.
But what is it? What is it?
Of energies. And it's really cool. The dichotomy is cool.
Yeah, I would like, before we progress to the now, discuss a little bit about the then. How your mom grew up, how she became, a rabbi in a cave, chain smoking cigarettes. That's amazing, funny, but also informative story about her existence and what happened, as well as being a child and what you guys went through. So if you're okay taking Tom like 2 or 3 minutes or so, we do with Jake, we get this out there too, because Roseanne Barr is America and the queen of the world, as Tom, you just crowned her. I feel is very apropos.
Well, I love it. Yeah, that documentary by Joel Gilbert. Don't get me started on Amazon either, or Joel, because he's made a few mistakes.
I forget who mentioned in the chat about the golden calf. But yeah, Tom just made Roseanne an idol. Texas Learning said, golden calf. Yeah. That's what Roseanne is to Tom in this situation.
On this documentary, because we actually ran the promo for it like a month ago, and then after we did a whole week in DC, he's like, oh, by the way, it's not ready for another month. So I love Joel, but balls have been dropped. So I know a lot of people haven't watched this yet. It's available pretty much everywhere except for A. Mason. Get it on YouTube. It is a great flick, and the reason I don't trash Joel as much as I want to is because he did right by my mom. And if you watch the documentary, he basically interviewed her for 2 days, I think, 2 6-hour days, and he gets her story from childhood. Other documentaries, I mean, she's been famous for a long time, so people have covered her childhood a little bit, but he really did a succinct and great job. But long story short, she grew up in Salt Lake City, Utah. I made that Utah joke earlier.
Did you? Well, let's hear it.
Well, no, you said she's going to marry Tom or Derek Johnson. I said, well, she's from Utah. Of course, she's going to try to marry. She grew up in a very, like Mormon community, and they were Jews. That's why the Jew thing with her is so personal, because, and you'll see it in the documentary, and it is true. My great-grandmother did flee Europe, fled the Holocaust, came here, got an apartment complex, built herself up by her bootstraps like a true American legend. My mom's grandma, Lovey Mary, and her entire family was killed in the Ukraine. And she opened this apartment complex, and a lot of survivors from Europe, the tattoos on the arms and everything, stayed in this apartment complex. It's kind of like an underground railroad of sorts. So not only did she grow up Jewish in a Mormon city, it was Holocaust survivors. And my mom kind of has PTSD from her childhood. There's a lot of things that went on that were troubling with her family, but one of the things that always repeats in my mom's is seeing victims and hearing horrible stories about the horrors of humanity and what Satanists on this planet will do. And she was 3 years old when she had her first kind of breakdown about it. Somebody had looked at her, the Holocaust survivors, and said, little girls like you, they would take little girls like you. You don't tell a 3-year-old that. Wait till they're 13, maybe.
How would she remember this at 3 years old?
So she cracked. She went in the bathroom. She opened the mirror. She saw about 1,000 reflections of herself. We all did that as kids when we were on here. And kind of cracked, like a PTSD mental crack. And she had a vision that told her she was going to be famous that day when she was 3. This all happened in the same bathroom story, and she'd have a show called The Roseanne Show.
Satan. He's sharing her Satan story right now.
And that she'd be safe. And vision ends, goes through childhood. Long story short, it all came true. She's going to be famous, have her own show. It did happen. So her faith is a huge part of her. Her PTSD about...
Faith, her Jewish faith. You notice he does not say about Satan, but he says it's about her faith. and the deity that came to her and told her she'd be famous. And we just watched that clip where she says that she sold her soul.
Kind of cracked, like a PTSD mental crack. And she had a vision that told her she was going to be famous that day when she was 3. This all happened in the same bathroom story. And she'd have a show called The Roseanne Show, and that she'd be safe. And vision ends, goes through childhood. Long story short, it all came true. She's going to be famous, have her own show. It did happen. So her faith is a huge part of her. Her PTSD about the horrors of humanity is a part of her. And then always fighting for the little guy. And I don't know if you saw it in the episode last week, and this first time I covered with Joel, is I talked about that. I said, my mom's this really interesting person, not just because she's famous and a comedian, but if you actually look at her when she first popped on the public scene in the mid-'80s to now, she's always been political, and she's always spoken up for the people that had no voice. And before, she was canceled after the anthem by kind of the Christian right. And then, in 2015, she was canceled by the left. And in between, she was a socialist. She's gone. Everyone.
Wasn't she like mocking the national anthem? Like, all I remember from that is her going, and people are like, get this fucker off the stage. Take the microphone away from her. She's fucking making a mockery of all this.
It's like, wow, she's crazy. She's changed. But if you actually look at it, she's really been the same the whole time. What's changed is the people that are voiceless. Yep. And that's why she staked her reputation and put her ass on the line for MAGA and Trump, because we all know, we're all friends here. And we're on Rumble, and we know that we were onto something. We were right about COVID. We were right about Trump. We were right about the Clintons. We were right about all of it.
Hey, Zandy17. We just watched a clip of Roseanne saying that she sold her soul to Satan. She admits that she's a Zionist, and that this is part of her faith. And that it's all linked together. And Jake just confirmed that as well. We are looking at a bunch of fake actors here. And Brad, unfortunately, he's getting caught up in all of this. But he's willingly going along with it.
It's the people that are voiceless.
Yep.
And that's why she staked her reputation and put her ass on the line for MAGA and Trump, because we all know, we're all friends here.
And Lerny says she got her ego fed enough to let her be played by Satan like a fiddle. Yep. And Andrea says, looked up bar history. Apparently her and her family pretended to be Mormons to hide their Jewish side when she was younger. Yeah, that sounds about right.
And we're on Rumble, and we know that we were onto something. We were right about COVID. We were right about Trump. We were right about the Clintons. We were right about all of it. And she paid a heavy price for it. And so the reason I can be her son, but also objective, is, we all love our parents, hopefully, but, my daughter will watch me play a video game I'm terrible at. She'll go, you're so good, Daddy, Wow. Like, you think your parents are...
I'll say this, and then we'll move on. Zionists want the one world order. Zionists want greater Israel. They want nations to fall. They'll go through any means necessary to have power and control. And that is who the Zionists are. And Roseanne is a self-proclaimed Zionist. And Jake, her son, even says so here at the beginning of this show. So while she goes and puts on an act that she'll go all day and talk about the buzzwords. She'll agree with many of the things that we agree with. But notice, when it comes to the J question, she gets really pissed off. That's like one of the few things that she's not stable in, huh? I just find that fascinating. Jason says, everyone I know of that's worked with her say it really depends on what state she's in before going on. Yeah, look, she's easy to get along with. That's very obvious here. And She probably wouldn't like having a conversation with me, but that's besides the point. All right, let's continue on here.
Great. I actually get to look at a 40-year historical record of my mom just being flat out awesome. That can't be denied. So I have a natural inclination to be proud of her, but objectively, a lot of us are proud of her. She stood up and she's fought a long, long time. I think she's amazing. About it.
It's incredible. You know, in the very first, what you said in that show, and then we'll continue on with everything else, is the, but for people, if they don't know this, you mentioned that the very first episode when the Roseanne show was greenlit by the studio.
Yeah.
And they filmed it, and then I think they aired it. Was the first episode you mentioned? They aired it.
It was a pilot.
Or was a pilot? Okay, it was the pilot.
They gave her a tape to watch, and she brought it home. So
yeah.
With me and my dad and my sisters watching the edited pilot.
So just describe how you were all living when that happened, and then the next thing that your mother did after seeing that the next morning with the studio. Because again, that's the salt of the earth that are those roots of that oak tree that we now see, which is your mom.
And I mean, she's like, she even says, and it's in this documentary, Roseanne Barr's America, which is why you should watch it.
Everybody should, yeah.
She says, when she became famous in the show took off, she says, they don't understand, they being the network and the mass mainstream media, they don't understand this is a show about how terrible television is. This is an anti-television television show. So when the story I told last week was when she got this pilot. So for those of you who don't know, if you haven't worked in the industry, a pilot is like they shoot a first episode. It's not going to go to TV. They send it to the network execs and say, here's a 30-minute episode. This is what we want to do. You want to fund it. And most pilots don't get funded. There's pilots you've never heard of, shows you've never heard of that never been to TV.
Zenray says perhaps she doesn't care that Tom is a liar or gay. All she wants is the lie because it's a good story. I could see Roseanne getting behind Tom with the story that Tom is pushing because it's unprovable, and the way he goes about it sounds very convincing. But the moment you try to start reading the fine print, you see the cracks in the foundation. Certain things don't add up. Ghost in the Shell, the manga was written... It was being created in 87, 88. Released in 89. It's well before Tom's immortal script. Ghost in the Shell has the jacks in the back of the neck. I could list, but I'd just be repeating myself here from other shows. But I guess what I'm trying to say with Roseanne here is that if Tom were to disappear in the future and have all of this stuff be unresolved, everybody can just talk about how Tom was trying to get his message out, right? Look at how many people he's already fooled. And then if he were to disappear or, like, off himself, that would add more to his story, wouldn't it? If he decided to unalive himself willingly because of his mental issues, the people supporting his story would just say that, oh, the feds took him out. Right? He was getting too close to the fire. He's been doing this for... You know how many years he's been doing this, going on shows, talking shit about everybody? Years and years. At least 10 years he's been doing this. In fact, 10 years ago, he was probably wrapping up the countersue of Warner Brothers suing Tom and trying to settle out of court for $90,000, like we learned in that deposition audio.
Every once in a while, they'll buy one, and then it goes to series. So my mom, when she got a pilot, this is a huge deal. I mean, this is a woman that was a housewife. You know, my dad worked at the post office in the 80s. She tried stand-up. She does pretty well. But certainly no one, except for her when she was 3, no one saw her getting a TV show. So she actually came to LA and they gave her a TV show. They spent millions of dollars on this pilot.
Yep.
So she comes home and she puts it in. We all watch it. And to me, it's the coolest thing ever. I think I'm like 9 or 10 years old now. Like, oh my God, my mom has a TV show coming. And we watch it, and it's Goodman and everyone you know. And the pig comes out and she starts crying. This is a story I told last week. Mm-hmm. And I think, oh, she's like crying because she's plucked from obscurity and given a TV show, and now she's made it. Who can say that? That's like winning the lottery. Surely the moment has overpowered her, and she took it. She's like, I fucking hate this. And so she's crying because she thought the show sucked. And my dad was like, no, it's fine. We'll go to work on Monday. And she's like, no, I'm not doing the show. This is not the show. This is a housewife from Denver, Colorado with a TV show.
Yeah.
And I say this last week, every one of us, I don't care how pious you are, how great you think you are, we would have done whatever the networks asked. I would have sold whatever product. I have no shame. That is an opportunity you don't want to pass on. And she did. She went to the studio on that Monday and she fought. And the stories are historic now. We know she overthrew Matt Williams, who was the creator of it. We know she threatened. She wouldn't come out and said she wouldn't film it. She went to war at nobody. And that's another thing about how freaking awesome she is, because who does that? Who would do that now? I mean, you see, like, I don't want to make this an anti-Candace thing, but, you know, Candace gets fired from the Daily Wire and has to go support herself. Tucker gets fired from Fox and has to go support himself. And when you're in that position, and we you know, you have to make a living. So certainly it behooves you to do what the powers that be want.
Tucker Carlson is a Fed, too, by the way. You know, Nick Fuentes has been saying a lot of interesting things about Tucker Carlson. I suggest people go look him up. But, yeah, Candace Owens was part of the Daily Wire. Daily Wire's ran by Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro has been a staunch supporter of Israel and the genocide in Gaza. So there's a lot going on here. And they said they will never have Candace on again. Why not? Why not? Bring her on so that you could have a discourse. Or would Roseanne get too pissed off and stop the show? Seems like she's the type of person that wants a lot of control. Just like Jake said here. She basically outed this Matt Williams, or whatever he said his name was. One of the show creators, just made him leave.
Want you to do what's paying you what the advertisers want. That's how you generate income. And most of us are weak. I am too. I would do whatever they said. We want you to go this week and do this. We'll pay you.
Jason H says, seems like she has more to lose and he to gain. Yeah, Tom has so much to gain here. His notoriety. He's building his mythos up. Notice he's not mentioned John B. Wells at all, which is one of the most prolific radio hosts in America. Which he got onto John B. Wells' show before I reconnected them together. Then he went on to do 2 more shows with John B. Wells. That original show is gone. John B. Wells' servers got hacked. He lost a lot of his interviews. Tom was one of the interviews. So I got Tom onto John B. Wells' show twice. He never talks about John B. Wells anymore. Because he has Roseanne as his ace in the hole. Now, if one day Roseanne says, Tom's a liar, fuck you, Tom's gonna have to do course correction here. But you see, he has all these other outlets he can go to. He could stay with Brad until he gets tired of Tom. Eventually, all these people find out what they're not allowed to question. And then they get reframed by Tom as these enemies and villains of him. And that, oh, they're part of the... Everybody that disagrees with Tom is part of the cabal in his eyes. And I'm sure he believes that, too. But there's a lot... It's just a mess, what's going on with Tom.
This, I would do it. My mom...
Zenray says, don't forget he would smash his TV first. Yeah, so Tom has said about people like punching holes in walls and stuff. Tom seems like that guy that would do that. And I'm saying that from being around him, living with him for 2 weeks. Where he almost, like, he walked off of a show, had me go on. That was Beyond the Box. That's how I met Brenda. But it's like, he would lose his mind over the littlest things. A negative Twitter response. One person. And he just goes, it's like his mind goes somewhere else, and then he's unable to function for the rest of the day. And then, like, later in the evening, he's like, oh, I can't believe they would say that. Oh, like, this has ruined my whole day. And then he goes and tries to put blame on me, saying that we never got anything done. It's because this guy was trapped in his own mind, having tendencies of a schizo. Which is why he takes all of the stuff that people tell him that he is, and then he just goes and turns it back and says, oh no, these are all things that are designed to, like, work against him, and this is what these people say, and it's not true. Zenray says, he said on one of your interviews that if anybody broke into his house to kill him and make it look like a suicide, that he would smash his TV so the world would know it wasn't suicide. Oh. Yeah, how would he even know? Like, he wouldn't have time. Like, I don't think he'd have time to do it. If he was targeted, wouldn't they do it in his sleep? Or wouldn't they poison him or something? I'm sure that they would find... He's been so blatant and open about, like, what he would do if someone were to try to unalive him. But you can't prepare for that type of stuff, can you? Yeah, Jason H. says, how does that work? LOL. Yeah. Like... Yeah, Zenray says it doesn't make sense, but he said it. I think basically it's like he wants to leave a message or a sign that he didn't do that. But like like I said before, how can you prepare? Just how? If they want to take you out, they're going to take you out. This world elite that apparently is already breaking into his house. I don't believe that story. He has no security cameras. That would have made great content. That would have had him have a whole other type of lawsuit. That would have worked in his favor. But I'm sure he said, oh no, I don't need security cameras. They watch me all the time anyway. Just like what he said about the VPN. He couldn't log into Twitter when I was there last year. I said, you should get a VPN. I tried to get it set up for him. He's like, no, don't bother. They already know who I am, and they're always watching me. I'm like, no, you need a VPN for other things. Turns out, now, like, much later, he got back into his Twitter account by logging in a different computer away from his house. So all he had to do was use a different IP, and he would have gotten in.
One won't. And that is so rare. I mean, it is so rare. And she's never done anything for payment. If a network suit comes in and tells her to do something, she won't do it if she doesn't believe in it. And that's, especially now, when you look at social media influencers, the thing I would compare it to, because those are kind of our new up-and-coming celebrities, right?
Right.
They have no backbone. They have no pride. They have no honor. They have no code. And that's the usual person. So I just think it's just tremendous that she did that. And she won. And she turned it into a #1 show, and it's still generating millions and millions of dollars a year. It gets bought. People still talk about it. She was right. She knew she was right. And she went to war and she won.
Amazing.
Yeah. So don't doubt it now. People are like, well, what happened to Roseanne? Just wait. Just you wait.
Yeah, and so many things there to come out of that in terms of standing your ground, standing your truth, speaking your authenticity, right?
Yeah.
Like, incredible.
And we're doing it now. We're paying a price. You know, our viewership's dropped a lot. Our advertisers have been pulling out. I always joke because we're not funded by Qatar and we're not pushing the let's kill all Jews agenda. It certainly hurts, especially on Rumble.
No, they're pushing let's kill all Palestinians. That's what they're pushing, and that's why you're having so many advertisers drop out.
Well,
Yeah.
The numbers are down, but we don't care because that's the truth. That is the truth. You know, there's good and there's evil, and that's the people we should focus on.
Well, and JD Vance owns part of Rumble, and he's the vice president of the United States at the moment, so maybe there could be some help there. Yeah.
We'll see. But anyway, I don't want to take all of Tom's time, but yeah, it's fascinating. It's a fascinating story. She's
What? Is that true? JD Vance owns Rumble? Is that true?
and that's the people we should joke, because we're not funded by Qatar and we're not pushing the let's kill all Jews agenda. It certainly hurt, especially on Rumble. The numbers are down, but we don't care because that's the truth. That is the truth. There's good and there's evil, and that's the people we should focus on.
Well, and JD Vance owns part of Rumble, and he's the vice president of the United States at the moment. So.
Oh, he owns part of Rumble. Well, what does that have to do with Qatar? What does that have to do with hating all Jews, like he says? Roseanne's an open Zionist.
Maybe there could be some help there. Yeah.
We'll see. But anyway, I don't want to take all of Tom's time, but yeah, it's fascinating. It's a fascinating story. She's a fascinating person. I'm very lucky to be in her
It's great, Jake. This is stuff I've never heard. I think it's fantastic. You should keep rolling. And I hope Aiden gets to say stuff like this someday. His dad was able to get through there. I mean, the world to me. So I love it. Go ahead.
I don't think Aiden, his youngest son, will ever go on camera and talk about his father. He wanted nothing to do with him while I was there. When just ran up to his room, played video games. Never ate with us. Never had dinner with us the whole 2 weeks I was there. Never spent time with his father, Tom, while I was there. If he needed to be driven somewhere, that's when Tom would spend time with Aiden. That's it. There was never a moment with the three of us conversing and talking. The only thing that Tom did was the first evening I was there, he introduced me to Aiden, had me shake his hand. And then Aiden disappeared. And then he would be leaving the house every morning at 7 a.m., slamming the garage door, which is right across the hall from the guest room that I was staying in. He's waking me up every morning, slamming that door. So I started wearing earplugs. And then I wouldn't hear Tom say from the back of the house through the sliding door, "Steve, I'm ready. I'm ready to talk about," because we're transcribing his thoughts and shit. "Steve," and then I don't answer, so he doesn't even bother to go up to the door and knock. He just later on says, "I can't believe you didn't answer." It's like, dude, I was asleep because your son slams the door every morning. I had earplugs in. What do you want me to do? And I was up early that first week I was there. I was up every morning, and I made breakfast for Tom. And then he talks on other shows about how I burnt his eggs and shit. I made really good breakfasts for him, which I ate the same food. And then he was saying that he got sick from the chemtrails while I was there. But then he goes on to other people's shows and says that he got sick from the food I made for him. Fucking retard.
Well, I think that was pretty much... I think I answered your question, Brad, didn't I?
Yeah, it was an amazing setup, because again, we're going to talk about marriage and how that's going to happen between your mom and Tom. No, I'm just kidding. But getting the levity here for a second. But it's very, very symbolic as to what we're still doing here today. Many people, and also taking the inspiration from a divine feminine warrior. If you... First time I think you've seen the intro for the show, but ever since I started 4 seasons, I always say, welcome back, you divine lions and lionesses. And we're talking about the divine feminine and divine masculine merging. We are in the Aquarian age. Yes, also the golden age as well of humanity. Think about golden hour in life. Of course, if it's in a first responder or an emergency situation, there's always a golden hour. We're in the golden age, and this is the time that the masculine has to balance the feminine within them and that sensitivity to also speak their truth and be authentic. And your mother being one of the very few out there. There's a couple others now that we see, my gosh, Paulina Luna, and we see Congresswoman Gomez in Texas. I mean, my goodness, between them, if they've got Lieutenant Colonel Doc P. Chambers, he becomes governor of Texas. Everybody wants to be a Texan. And I think you're there too. So if you ever want an introduction to Doc Chambers, be helpful.
Sure, I would love to. I mean, Valentina, I love her. She was on our show.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh.
Yeah, she's tremendous. I still have her glasses that say "Don't be fake and gay." But I don't wear them in LA because I'll get killed.
You think we have Tulsi Gabbard, maybe? Tulsi Gabbard? She is a friend of mine from Maui.
Yeah, there's Tulsi right there, Christmas card.
Oh, no kidding.
What?
It was to my mom. I stole it because I'm LA because I'll get killed.
You think we have Tulsi Gabbard, maybe? Tulsi Gabbard? She is a friend of mine from Maui.
Yeah, there's...
That's new information. Tom Althouse just claimed that Tulsi Gabbard is a friend of his from Maui. What the fuck?
Tulsi right there, Christmas card.
Oh, no kidding. That's awesome.
It was to my mom. I stole it because I love Tulsi. I am on record. I used to podcast. I think 2014, 2015, I said I will go wherever this woman goes. And I was a Bernie bro back then, a liberal. I loved her. I still
I
do.
love her too. She's amazing, such a sweetheart, and she's that divine feminine also, which is like she balances it. She's not in the male railroad track. Like she's not following the male plan. She's doing a female holding her own in the feminine spectrum, and I like that a lot.
I do too. She's stronger than any man I know. I'll tell you that.
Which leads me to something I want to throw out is we talked about divine feminine.
Man, a bunch of cocks on this stream, huh? Just a cock party on this screen next to me.
Your mom's got it in spades, so I'll see the rest. But what about divine male? What is the attributes of a divine male? I think we should set that right now.
Attributes of a divine male. If you guys don't know, I don't think anybody can tell you. Sorry.
Guys, actually,
Definitely.
What
We'll start with the contrast. So it's not this, what you see on the screen.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. Definitely not. And, so go ahead, Tom. Yeah, over to you, because we...
Hey, Jake, show the rabbis now. Or no, you won't do that. Your mom will get mad.
We led into this with this, just proprietary. The setup was actually this. So divine male, here we are, and then this, and then over to...
That's actually what I was trying to put in the screenplay, too. Was...
The divine male, here we are. They think they're divine male. Uh-huh. Who's going to break the news to them?
That idea of what true male is, what is good male? And I mean, our world has just shoved it down our throats since babyhood that we're supposed to be something like macho. Where does macho fit into being a great guy? It's like you isolate yourself, if you're a macho.
Just be a great guy.
It's fucking hilarious.
So it's like, but I would say, a vulnerability fits in feelings, like vulnerable feelings, like feeling actual honest feelings, tearing once in a while.
Just vulnerability and like feelings, like.
Tom is not a good representation of male divinity. Sorry. I know I don't have to say that to any of you here watching.
Yourself, if you're a macho. So it's like, but I would say, a vulnerability.
Yeah, you don't have to be macho. You just have to be in your feelings.
He has no clue what the fuck he's talking about.
Down our throats since babyhood that we're supposed to be something like macho. Where does macho fit into being a great guy? It's like you isolate yourself, if you're a macho. So it's like, but I would say
it's like, it's like,
a vulnerability fits in feelings, like vulnerable feelings, like feeling actual honest feelings, tearing once in a while. Nothing wrong with that. I think kids can read that and see that and go, wow, daddy really cares.
I'll show you all a clip that I enjoy.
Okay,
by the way, you're welcome, Tom and Jake, for what I'm about to show you.
Okay, your middle name is Macho, but I'm wondering if you ever cry. Has Macho Man ever cried?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Uh-huh. It's okay for macho men to show every emotion available right there, because I've cried 1,000 times, I'm gonna cry some more. But I've soared with the eagles and I've slithered with the snakes and I've been everywhere in between. And I'm gonna tell you something right now. There's one guarantee in life, and that there are no guarantees, yeah. And understand this. Yeah. Nobody likes a quitter. Nobody said life was easy, so if you get knocked down, take the standing 8 count, get back up, and fight again. And you're a macho maniac. Dig it.
He's got tears. He really... throats since babyhood that we're supposed to be something like macho. Where does macho fit into being a great guy? It's like you isolate yourself, if you're a macho. So it's like, but I would say, a vulnerability fits in feelings, like vulnerable feelings, like feeling actual honest feelings, tearing once in a while. Nothing wrong with that. I think kids can read that and see that and go, wow, daddy really cares. You know, he's got tears. He really expresses himself. He's being honest instead of this bravado facade. You know.
Yeah. Sandy 17. Guess what? When I started exposing Tom, you know what he did? I'll show you. I'll show you all right now. Yeah, I have everything up. Watch this. Yeah, I have everything up from the time that I first had him on until the day he decided to drop me. And I've been continuing to put out content throughout all of this. We've covered interviews he's done after the fallout, after his meltdown with me, where he makes fun of my appearance because he has he has nothing. He has absolutely nothing.
I'm in danger of being ridiculed by a evil snowman.
Oh my God!
I mean, that hat, the hat is nowhere else except on Burl Eyes. Facial fur. That's what I'm dealing with. It's like,
they're part of the Nephilim clown bloodline.
He can't do anything. All he can do is make fun of me and how I look. That's it. He can't argue any talking points because he's a piece of shit.
It's incredible. It's like, yeah. I mean, that's nobody, a nobody player. And we call them anonymouses because they don't want to be revealed. You got the intelligent people and the non-intelligent people. The people that can make it on their own merits, A-list, and D players that can't make it on their list.
So he calls me all those things because he can't argue any of the talking points that I bring up. Because he can't support his own story. And so what we're doing here is an analysis of just how far he's taken this grift. Because he can't answer any of the questions that I bring up.
Oh, anyway, take it.
Well, we want to talk about this because we're and then also Musk and Gibson and whatnot. So I tried to show Forever Young and I really botched playing that clip. Sorry about that. I'll talk to my producer later.
Let's go to Forever Young. Forever Young. When the script went in, the openings of this script is Forever Young. And now watch what happens. What you have is you have a character. First of all, you got the architect coming back in our time, a historic figure coming back in our time.
His script is in 93. Forever Young was released in theaters in 93. The timelines don't match up. He's a bullshit artist. And, hold on a moment here.
Where he's going?
I gotta check something. And, hold.
The openings of.
Alright, do you care to elaborate, Sandy 17? Just clarify what you're saying.
this script is Forever Young. And now watch what happens. What you have is you have a character. First of all, you've got the architect coming back in our time, a historic figure coming back in our time, where he's going to make that longevity program. He's been experimenting on the Jewish and all these other people during World War II. Plausible. I want it plausible, right? Now we know about Operation Paperclip and Rose Garden and all that stuff. So what you Sunrise. So what you got now is you've got this character in the original work, an actual historic architect. They didn't like the character, so they just called an architect. I'll show you something. And what happens is you've got this people that are being tested on secondaries. That field of pods, you have secondaries being tested on, so they can bring back the primaries in the pods. That's what the field of pods is about, not battery power. You know, because you can put cows get better power than humans. But anyway, so it's they're doing secondaries, testing to bring back the primaries of the architect to make the new world order. Because now it's time that they found the longevity programming. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a longevity program now. Stanford IBM has done it.
Yeah. Tom talks badly about so many people. The list just continues to grow. And I'm on that list now, by the way. Because of a 5-minute window that I was waiting for him on a live. But really, I think it was because I called out who his handlers were, and he didn't like that. Or he knew that the grift was up, that he couldn't fool me anymore, so he got rid of me. Jason H. says, it takes a long time to produce a movie, even for Hollywood. Yeah, so while Tom was writing his Immortal script, Forever Young was already in the can. It was being shot. It was being edited. And this was something that the deposition lawyer was even questioning. It's like, you believe that Forever Young also took from the Immortals? It's like, yeah. It's like, oh, well, didn't you say that 1993, 1992 is when you wrote your movie? And he's like, oh, well, it goes back as far as 91. Still doesn't match with the Ghost in the Shell, which is 87, 88. And then he doesn't notice that the Matrix trilogy ripped off his script until 2010. And that he saw the original Matrix movie in the theater in 1999. And he said he didn't see any significant matchups. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Sandy17 says, on YouTube it's one thing, I meant in real life, hope it doesn't happen there to anyone. Hope all the good guys are good and safe. And Sandy also says, I agree with you. Tom is a little too much sometimes. I meant in real life. Yeah, I hear you. Oh. Jason says you should talk about the real life garden again. Sure, I can do that. Hold on a second. I got the photos here. So basically, April 2024, when I went to work on the documentary, which then he shelved the moment I got there, he said he wanted to put together a garden. So I dug out a section of sod from the side of his house. And a few days later, he's like, you know what? I don't like the location of it. I want it over by the fence. So I'm like, oh, I don't really like that you had me dig out this whole section and then now you're telling me you want it somewhere else. Why not just do 2 gardens? And he's like, oh no, don't worry about it. I'll put the sod back and everything and I'll dig out where I want it. So this is what he does. He digs out this little section of the fence here in his backyard. And this trash composter thing, organic composter, I put that together myself. Like, he was having trouble just starting it. And this thing is all held together by screws. And it's like something from IKEA. You read all the directions how to put it together. But it's a lot more, it's much easier to put together than an IKEA thing, right? So I put this trash thing together for him. And this is his second garden that he dug out. And he bought all of these plants for it. And you see around the corner, behind his shoulder here, along that side of the house, on the left side there, that's where he had the original spot for the garden that I dug out for him. So he's moving the sod of the new place that he dug, and just one more shot here. So he had the garden. He had it starting to grow. This is April 2024. So fast forward to September of 24. I'm talking to him on the phone, and I asked him how his garden's going. You know what he told me? Oh, the garden's dead. I'm like, what? He's like, oh yeah, it died. How? Just how? Is my question. Just how? So he was like so obsessed with this thing. You could see him here in these photos. He was putting it together. Like he was putting care into it seemed. He wanted to grow his garden. All his plants died. And he couldn't care less. And he wanted to move on to another topic after he said, oh, no, it's dead. Huh. Like, it was just, it's final. Like, no, none of him trying to save it. Not any of the fruits and vegetables he grew. No, none of that. Just, no, it's dead. Matter of fact thing. And I think Jason wanted me to bring that up because it's symbolic of many other things in life. Now, personally, I have Thai chili pepper plants that I've been growing since I came back from Tom's place. So May of 24, I planted a Thai chili. I actually just one pepper. I got all these seeds from it. I have two major plants that grew really big. They're still producing peppers to this day. And I have about a dozen indoor plants like that. It's just constant care, constant watering, clipping. You have to do all these things for it. You have to re-feed the soil. You have to put the food in there, the minerals. Sandy says everybody is allowed to have an opinion. It is freedom of speech and is the best thing there is. Yeah. But I don't put up with trolls on the channel, and just don't get snappy with me here. Because I will get rid of people. I am in no mood to get fucked around with. So I'm expressing my grievances here, and at the same time, we're doing analysis on Tom Althouse. Yes, he can say whatever he wants, but if there's falsities, which there's a lot of, then they're going to be called out, and that's what these series of shows are all about: is correcting the record. Lerny says gardening isn't that difficult, lol. And he also says, I barely work on my own and it's doing fine. Yeah. Just general maintenance. You could have a garden last a long time. Don't pick the the vegetables and fruits too early. Let them mature. Don't fuck around with it. Like, don't dig the plants out and replant them 5-6 times. Don't forget to water them if they're out in the sun. Texas heat. Gotta water that shit every day. I have to water my indoor plants in Illinois every day. It's just how it is. But yeah, Tom uses a lot of buzzwords. We're going to continue pointing out these buzzwords. But he loves to throw around the term divine, and especially coupling that with feminine and masculine. But he doesn't understand these concepts. Really, I'd say he's a simp more than anything. Because at the drop of a hat, he'll change his tune on anybody. So he's kissing Roseanne's ass today. It's not saying he's going to be damning her to hell where she belongs tomorrow. She's a openly declared Satanist. And you have to undo a lot of things to remove yourself from that. So, while Tom doesn't believe in redemption for all, I do. But there's debt that has to be paid in the form of karma. So you do a lot of evil shit, the universe is going to balance itself out if you do want redemption. You will have to go through trials. It's not just an, oh, I changed my mind, now accept me. No, you're going to have to go through the trials to make yourself clean again. It's not just, okay, I changed my mind, now whatever I did before doesn't matter. Lerny says, just make sure they get the nutrition and nature does its own thing. Sounds as though he learned something from the panel we talked about last week. What do you mean, Lerny? Share a little more about that. Jay Wild says, I am making a cayenne turkey hominy chili right now. Yeah, that sounds good. Chili with turkey. Haven't had that in a while. Oh yeah. Lerny says previous comment was regarding buzzwords. Okay. I rewound a little bit here.
Happens. What you have is you have a character. First of all, you got the architect coming back in our time, a historic figure coming back in our time, where he's going to make that longevity program. He's been experimenting on the Jewish and all these other people during World War II. Plausible. I want it plausible, right? Now we know about Operation Paperclip and Rose Garden and all that stuff. So what you got now is you've got this character in the original work, an actual historic architect. They didn't like a character, so they just called him an architect. I'll show you something. And what happens is you've got this people that are being tested on, secondaries. That field of pods, you have secondaries being tested on, so they can bring back the primaries in the pods. That's what the field of pods is about, not battery power. You know, because cows get better power than humans. But anyway, so if they're doing secondaries testing to bring back the primaries of the architect to make the new world order. Because now it's time that they found the longevity programming. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a longevity program now. Stanford, IBM has done it. It's all coming true. That's why they took this work in the first place. People say, why'd they take it? Pay attention. So what happens is you got the architect bringing back his top ones on experimental secondaries. It's you got a lower echelon SS guy and a Jewish man. Different ages that fit the top 100s. And they escape together. They're regenerated from the field one by one. They escape together. And that's a very important part of the piece of the puzzle in the beginning, which is Forever Young. So they saw this, and they have what we call insurance films. I know you know this, Brad. Insurance films, you probably know this too, Jake, in the industry.
So how does that relate to Forever Young? Now, this is what he's been getting away with. Saying that they are lifting concepts and images out of his script. But if you were to read through his Immortal script front to back, I guarantee you that none of these films match up like he says they do. I can confidently say now that the first 12 pages of the Immortals does not match up with The Matrix. Or Forever Young, for that matter. Tell me what starts off in a jungle with a monkey in a suit, monkey in a pillowcase, and then cryopods being opened at a concrete facility in the jungle. I mean, you could adapt that concept to hundreds of sci-fi films if you really wanted to. It's convenient for him to say that, oh, Avatar, The Matrix, Demolition Man, Forever Young. The list goes on and on. But he leaves out Dark City. He leaves out Ghost in the Shell. He says he didn't watch it. But you see, he forgets that Ghost in the Shell, the movie, was based off of a manga that was made in '88. Which precedes all of his work with the Immortals. So he can't say that he came up with the concept of the jacks in the neck. Let alone all these other concepts. Zenray says, or Lerny says, like the buzzword lady who was on that stream. Yeah, I'll pay attention a little more to what he's saying here. Zenry says, Sandy, I did 19 interview videos with Tom Althouse, unfortunately. And I'm here for a reason listening to this because it's true. Thank you, Zen. Jay Wild, Equilibrium. Yes, that is another one. Very good movie.
Is like you do a shit job on a film and you get the insurance money. So it's like producers. You do a crap job and you get the money. Yeah, guaranteed. Why put effort in? Why put expense? Just collect. Yeah. Show it. So anyway, that's what happens. And so you got Forever Young right in the middle of the pages where they did Outbreak, actually. Hovering over the rainforest, lowering down to the canopy of trees, boots pounding by, and a monkey. There's Outbreak. They took that. Dustin Hoffman then. And then Forever Young, because the main character, or this one character, the lower SS guy, echelon guy, escaping with the
So he talks about the opening pages of the Immortals, but you see, he's talking to people who are not familiar with what he's talking about. They're just taking his word for it. He hasn't put the script out to the public. He said in the past that he wanted to. He wanted to release. He said on Chantel's show, yes, on Aquarius Rising Africa, he's like, this. I'm going to let this script be belong to the public. That like I want to release it to all. Like, court case be damned. I'm just going to send the script out so everybody can read it. And then he reneged on that. And now he's not. He's saying like, oh, I'm the only one that has the script. It's like, cool. It'd be cool if you've read it. Let us know what the fuck you're talking about.
pages where they did Outbreak, actually. Hovering over the rainforest, lowering down to the canopy of trees, boots pounding by, and a monkey. There's Outbreak. They put that. Dustin Hoffman then. And then Forever Young, because the main character, or this one character.
So I guess a movie called Outbreak with Dustin Hoffman. See, I'm so confused with what Tom is trying to get at here. But he's using all the buzzwords go in with these movie titles. He knows that there's familiarity with certain movie titles. But he's starting to lose traction with all that. Because he can't support what he's talking about. He should be holding the script up to the pages that he's mentioning. This right here. This right here. This right here. He's not doing any of that shit. He flips to a random page. He's like, look, see? And that's it. He doesn't further explain. It's a take my word for it type of explanation.
Character, the older SS guy, echelon guy, escaping with a Jewish man and wanting to save somebody. He goes to see his wife Helena in our screenplay. And that's how our main character realizes, and the agencies realize that there's a ghost program that people haven't aged, and that's what's going to bring our one world order. So he goes and sees his wife Helena, and he hasn't aged, and she has, and that's what turns the agencies on to what's going on. Well, in Forever Young, you got the guy who's going to see Mel Gibson is going to see his love, Helen, and he hasn't aged, and she has. It just ripped it right off. Joe Spielberg, that's the first one in 93, 94, they rip off when they get the screenplay. Just like they're turning the page.
He's talking about scenes, just individual scenes. This was tried in court and he lost. He took an attorney supplied by the state. He was living in Maui at the time. He was supplied with a Maui attorney. He wanted to settle the case and get $90,000 for it to go away so that he could move on with his life. What the fuck is he still doing here talking about it then? Oh, Jay, thank you. Jay says he told you before that Outbreak stole Bullet Time. When was that movie made? Let's look that up real quick. '95. A team of army doctors struggled to find a cure for deadly Motaba virus that was transported from Africa to North America by a white-headed capuchin monkey and is now spreading quickly throughout a small California town. It's just so disjointed. And it's Warner Brothers. Yeah. You know, take everything with a grain of salt, what Tom is saying. So I didn't even have Outbreak listed as one of these movies. Like, I'd grab my notebook right now, but it's not worth it. Yeah, Bullet Time was actually, yeah. Jay Wild says Bullet Time is the slow motion bullet special effects. Yeah, that was developed with, like it was made for The Matrix in '99. They used a whole bunch of DSLR cameras. Outbreak stole Bullet Time. Wouldn't Outbreak have invented Bullet Time then? And I don't think he had Bullet Time in his script, honestly.
It's like a timeline, chronological. So it's really bizarre. But that's where Forever Young comes in. Mel Gibson is the one they used then, as they gave him that reward, and said, okay, he's a plausible story for how the Wachowskis end up in Hollywood. They claim,
please, like, listen to this. He's saying that he wrote his script, and he has a copy from '93. Forever Young came out in '93 and used part of his script. Then '95 Outbreak used some of his script there. And then The Matrix also used it in '99, but he didn't notice when he watched it in the movie theater. And then Demolition Man. But even that's like out of sequence timeline already. Here, I can't even keep it straight. Tom can't keep this story straight. He went after Warner Brothers in 2000 for Demolition Man. He lost. Then he waited till 2010 and went after Warner Brothers again, but for the Matrix trilogy. He lost again. In 2014, he's at a deposition, what sounds like the third time in court, which is why I'm saying that it was Warner Brothers counter-suing him. That ended up being dropped as well. I don't think he got a payout of 90 grand. Sure doesn't sound like it. All right, Sandy, take care. You have a good one. Thanks for being here. Yeah, the longer that we spend on this, the more cracks in the foundation that appears. It's just not... I struggled for a while with this before I started articulating all of this. I didn't want to believe Tom was lying. But we could see here, he's jumping back and forth, saying, oh, so-and-so. Like, he's living under this impression that his phone call pitch to Bonaventura, where he also... I don't know. He said he sat in a meeting with him. But when he was in the deposition, he said that the meeting was over the phone. So that contradicts what he said to me in my interviews I did for him, the 22 interviews. He's trying to say that they took his idea from that meeting and then implemented it throughout Hollywood over the past 30 years. 32 years. That's a wild claim to make. And it's been to court already. And he didn't win his case. He could say all day that it got thrown around and everything. He didn't hire his own attorney. Because the courts assigned him an attorney. Because he couldn't afford an attorney. There's nothing wrong with that. But, like, don't fucking complain that Warner Brothers ended up throwing the whole thing and hijacked it. It just gives him more ammunition to continue this grift. Going to conferences, getting paid for speaking, going and getting photos taken, meeting high-ranking individuals. He's anti-government, but he's on government assistance. I guess the CIA, FBI, they're all out to kill him, but then one of them returns his scripts. Did they leave the SNAP benefits card there too with them? Like, give me a fucking break.
Chronological. So it's really bizarre. But that's where Forever Young comes in. Mel Gibson is one they used then, as they gave him that reward, and said, okay, he's a plausible story for how the Wachowskis end up in Hollywood. They claim, whatever his name is, Mel Gibson, somehow finds losers in Chicago who failed at everything they did, painting contracts, film, everything, their college, and brings them to Hollywood? Why? What's going on here? That's the plausible.
You see, I even have an issue with him framing the Wachowskis as losers. They obviously became very successful. But I think they also had a debt to pay. They made a deal. And part of that was to dress as women.
Story to get them there. And then you got De Laurentiis wanting and dining and promising beautiful women and fame and fortune. It's crazy, but they have this stupid plausible story they try to put in. So that's Forever Young. But then you get to the why did they put in Superman? Okay, here you go. Ready? All right. So you got the pitch session going,
and just so you know, this was new to me when you sent it over on our thread this morning. Yeah, I've never seen this before. So just describe that again. You're saying this is real.
Back the slides up. Go back to the first one of the series. There's 3. Go back to the first one.
Okay, I gotta go grab those. There were 35 that came in. The waterfall. You talk about that.
See how fucking confusing this is? So he was about to talk about Superman and the phone booth and everything. That's a whole different thing. Go watch Enter the Stars YouTube channel. And they talk about the phone booths and the copper wiring. That's not what Tom's talking about. But there's a lot of phone booth symbolism in movies prior to The Matrix and all of this. Going back to the 80s. Hell, there's one in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure where the phone booth falls into its own footprint. and the numbers 9 and 11. And all of that predictive programming. Back to the Future has it. There's a lot of symbolism that's within movies. Cult symbolism. Masonic imagery is really what we're talking about here. Tom's not the end-all be-all like he's claiming he is. Yeah, he's trying to say that they had no ideas, so they just hodgepodged Superman and Alice in Wonderland and all these other concepts and put it in the Matrix. Like, it's not that disjointed. It's actually very well integrated in those stories. But and I'm speaking about the Matrix trilogy, because then you go into the sequels and there's even more symbolism in the sequels. Anyways.
I'll go back to the thread, pull it up.
Yeah, I'll be like the engineer in DOS code. I'll control the leaks in the engine room while you get that thing. Yeah, you get
all right. So the very first one, there's two images going like this.
There's three of them, yeah. So three of them. So what you got is Joel, Bonaventura, who says he discovered in Shepherd. It goes, hey, this is revolutionary. We're making this. What else you got? Well, that's a successful pitch session when they go, what else you got? It's like kind of scripted in there. They're going to say that. So I said, well, I got the Dream movie. Now, watch this. So I'm like, the Dream movie? Yeah. He's like, okay. So the Dream movie got convicts that are being experimented on, right? This is back in 93, keep in mind. So experiments done on convicts that are...
So this is not, he just confirmed this, 93. Same year that Forever Young was released, which means there's no time for them to run to the studios, give Tom's script to those studios to incorporate it into these films. There's just no fucking time for Forever Young. And he's bragging like that's actually something that happened. If we were to look at the production timeline of Forever Young, it probably bleeds back into 92.
So I'm like, the Dream movie? Yeah. He's like, okay. So the Dream movie got convicts that are being experimented on, right? This is back in 93, keep in mind. So experiments done on convicts that are brought in, you know, and they monitor their dreams. Whatever happens to their dreams happens in real life. Their bodies will degrade, whatever. And of course, they're going to start to start to get lost on what's real and what's not. That's what they put it in Inception. They didn't show us the script. They just took it.
Here's that first one now.
So, here you go. Okay.
So Tom's choice buzzwords are movie titles. You notice this too? The way he said Inception. Jay, thank you. Jay says you and Casey are heroes. You know, I have no advertisers. I'm not sponsored by anybody but you guys. I say this because there's no reason for me to fabricate any of this. Whereas Tom is making his life all about Warner Brothers stealing his script. Which, as time goes on, we're seeing that that's not the case here. So these are animatrix stills that he's showing. This is what I was explaining earlier. The free people on the ship caught one of the machines and plugged them into their mainframe, and then the machine is actually this thing on the right. Like, it's showing up in this like spirit form, which this is not this was not made by the Wachowskis. It was endorsed by them, but the Animatrix was a whole separate thing.
So what happens is, here we go. So in our story, in the Dream movie, of course, our character that succeeds learns to fly. Keep thinking Superman. Right. This is the small minds of Wachowskis. They're thinking Superman. They hear this. They want to use everything up. Like Joel Silver said, use up the whole story. They want to use up the whole story. So anyway, so you have the Dream movie mixed with Matrix is what happens in Worlds. So here you go. So you got this dream sequence at the end of Animatrix.
Tom is trying to use up his Immortals script through name dropping all of these different films that people are familiar with. Plain and simple. He's going out and seeking and finding all of these different films and saying, oh yeah, this one scene from my script is in this movie. And this other scene is in this movie. And it's all because it was housed under Warner Bros. Like, shut the fuck up. You know? Like, fuck. He's going all over the place. He's in so many different directions. He doesn't have a linear story of how this all started from the early 90s to now. He's always jumping around every fucking where.
So anyway, so you have the dream movie mixed with Matrix is what happens in Worlds. So here you go. So you got this dream sequence at the end of...
So what took them so long to make Inception then? And see, if I was asking Tom this, he'd stumble and start talking about Bonaventura again, right?
Matrix. And a Matrix is using up whatever wasn't used on the visual storyboard that was lifted off of the script. So a visual storyboard, 600 pages. Everything they thought was cool was lifted off the script in a visual storyboard. The fight choreographer is telling me this now, right? So we got him too on our side. So then...
Tom was saying this exact same thing about the fight choreographer 2.5 years ago when I started interviewing him. That, the fight choreographer is telling us now that he probably hasn't talked to the fight choreographer in probably 10 years. They probably emailed him once, and now he's just saying like he's his friend.
600 pages. Everything they thought was cool was lifted off the script in a visual storyboard. The fight choreographer is telling me this now, right? So we got him too on our side. So then they thought they could make it up as they go along, filling in what they're familiar with, like Ghost in the Shell, what was it? Necromancer, Alice in Wonderland, Train Man from Ghost, and what we're talking about right now, Superman. So the Wachowski censors in this, comics and all that kind of stuff. Superman, oh my God, Superman. That's why you have telephone booths in the Matrix, which makes no sense. There aren't telephone booths, guys, in this because that's stupid. This can find you right away. Just have like 10 phone booths.
There is no way that Tom can know their thought processes without actually talking to them himself. He's framing all of this from his perspective. That he thinks this is what all these people are doing.
You have telephone booths in the Matrix, which makes no sense. There aren't telephone booths, guys, in this because that's stupid. This can find you right away. Just have like 10 phone booths and you grab them like...
There's no black cat in your script. Because it's stupid, right? Guess what? There's no Morpheus. There's no Trinity. There's no Neo. There's no Agent Smith. Ow, they just changed the names of all my this motherfucker saying that they changed all of his characters' names so they can get away with stealing his story. Like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Rats. And it's like, so it doesn't make sense, but the Wachowski's like, we're going to mix the Superman with the Matrix, mortal story. It doesn't work. That's why he flies. That's why he can fight and not be defeated, which defeats the whole purpose of the story. He's not supposed to be able to do that. The architect prevents Smith from taking him out until it's the right time in the original work. But
not named Smith in your story, The Immortals, asshole.
Here we go. So in the Dream movie, we have a character who's...
He also said that he had the architect pen. You know that? And I held it. I held that pen in his house. And then I asked where he got it from. He said at a thrift store in around 2010. Because it looked similar to the one that he used to write The Immortals with. He presented it to me like it was the architect pen. The one with the button. In Reloaded. Where he's sitting in that room with all the TVs. If this motherfucker's script had been used by Warner Brothers and the Wachowskis, he would be showing those pages here now. He would be saying, look at what they stole. And he's not doing that.
Like basically eaten like by sharks or something. He's demolished and ruined, right?
He's just gossiping. And then they thought it would be great if they did this. And then they thought it would be... No, you don't have no fucking clue how they thought. You don't know their thought process on any of this. It's all conjecture what he's doing here.
This is where these clips... Flash up that thing again, Brad, because now we're going to talk about this.
So we're going to go to the first, second, or third?
First. Okay. So first one, back it up. Yeah, there you go, right there. Okay, no, hey, follow this one. So we've got the Dream movie being pitched to Bonaventura after he's heard the whole Immortal story and he says they're going to make it. It's revolutionary. Great. So we're talking about the Dream movie. And this is what these...
And he said they were going to make it, that it's revolutionary. Great. He's talked about this so much that he's able to now like, ad-lib his own story. Like, he's made a story within a story here. And this is what he's road showing. He's going on a road show, going to these conventions, going on all these podcasts, Rumble channels, YouTube channels. And he's saying the same shit over and over and over and over. And it never goes outside his structured way of telling these things. Even though it's like the structure's all over the fucking place. He keeps it within what he's familiar with. And even that's questionable.
Okay, follow this one. So we got the Dream movie being pitched to Bonaventure after he's heard the whole Immortal story and he says they're going to make it. It's revolutionary. Right. So we're talking about the Dream movie. And this is what they put at the last bit in the Animatrix was the scene. The scene was the last bit in the Animatrix because they thought it was the coolest from the Dream movie. So remember the guy got eaten by the shark and he's all mangled. So what happens is he meets our main character in the dream. He sees this mangled body, right? It's like you, Jake, being mangled in front of me, right? We're like related. And I'm talking to you going like in a normal voice because I'm spooky. I'm like, hey, Jake, it's okay. Hey, we're here. I'm just going to touch your shoulder and you'll be fine. He thinks in the dream he's going to heal him. So he touches his shoulder and Jake freaks out. Like jump scare. So it doesn't work. Now go to the 1, 2, 3s. Let's do it. So 1, 2, 3. Here we go. So he's back. Real quick, slow down. The girl gets put in the dream, right? The girl gets put in the dream, who's died. The girl died, so she's put in the dream by the robot. And then where's the other one besides this one?
Right there, three.
Nope. You see, Tom doesn't understand the Animatrix story. The robot's plugged into a mainframe here. It's a matrix within a matrix.
The girl gets put in the dream, who's died. The girl died, so she's put in the dream by the robot. And then where's the other one besides this one?
Right there, three.
Then he goes, I'm going to touch you. See? And then last slide again. And she...
that was the third one you said.
Yeah, you got the
1,
in the dream.
2, 3.
Not the second one. So you got put in the dream, hand, I'm going to touch you, and then freak out there. See?
Yeah.
It's the Dream movie. So they put that in the Animatrix, but they used up whatever they didn't use up was they made up went along with the script and the storyboard. They put in the Animatrix in shorts to use up.
So 3 shots explain an entirely separate script that he pitched. That's what he's saying here.
Those elements. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, there's no original ideas in Hollywood, so that's what
No. So there you go. So they mixed one of the stupidest things Wachowski did, and Warner was allowed to do, is mix the Dream movie with the Immortals. You can't do it. You know what they want to do now? They've been talking about mixing Cypher Man with the Immortals because they don't want you to see all the matchups.
Oh, it's great.
So I'm like, I got emails after emails, I got texts after texts from Paul Anderson of Cypher Man. They want to mix it.
Well, I'll tell you what, they should go and have a board meeting up in New Brunswick, Newfoundland, Labrador, Nova Scotia right now, because this is what's happening out there if you're staying up. But yeah, get some original ideas out there. You can go. Had to bring it in. Got 10 minutes for Jake before he's kind of got a hard stop to go.
Go a little.
Tom and I'll definitely keep going.
Did you get that though? Did you follow that?
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. Lisa 1895 in chat says have eaten your Wheaties to keep up with Tom. Yeah, I mean he's got multiple scripts. You have.
And now Tom's exhausted and he won't talk about anything else.
Seen, published Broadway, TV shows, everything. Once you're a creator, you turn it on. You can't turn it off. You see it with Roseanne, you see it with Jake, you see it with Tom, you see it with so many others.
If you're gonna save the world, drink a Red Bull. So.
Your thoughts, Jake. Go ahead, man. And we can cover whatever else you want. Too.
Yeah, no, I mean Tom's been on our show twice, so it's a pretty fantastic story.
Twice? Really? Twice? I've had him on 22 times.
We've covered a lot of this. This is all new, though, Tom. I haven't seen this one. But
all new? So these guys aren't even researching the other shows that Tom has gone on. You know how fucking ridiculous that is? I watched at least a dozen different interviews of Tom before I brought him on my channel. And most of them don't even work. I don't think any of them work with him anymore, except Veronica. Because she dropped Chad and... You know, it's just a whole fucking mess. She doubled down and sided with Tom, and because she wanted to go to these UFO conferences with him, and now she did. So they're happy, right? Just bullshit artists following bullshit artists.
I do know, the Hollywood insider in me knows that one of the things in Hollywood that no one ever talks about is getting this pitch meeting, right? Like you could go and I've done a couple pitches. You go in there and you're like, here's my idea, and you work your ass off. You think you're going to blow them away and dazzle them. And sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. But what they never talk about is that a lot of...
Jay Wild says, I think he rewatched the Animatrix since he talked to... Actually, I don't think he has. And really, he hasn't even watched the Matrix trilogy in its entirety. He admitted that. And he even says that in the deposition, like, he can't sit down and watch it. It triggers him and shit. It's like, give me a fucking break, man. If you're going to court over this shit, you need to know your shit. Now, his claim of that being the last scene in the Animatrix, even that's tough to say. It's really tough to say. Let me see if I can pull something up here. Alright, give me one moment. Because I want to confirm this. He's saying it's at the end. But, like... You see, the details don't matter to Tom. It's just, as long as you believe him. If you believe in him. Then all the other details really don't matter, right? We'll get back to this in a moment. I thought I had the Animatrix here. It's in my DVD set. But, I'd rather... I'm looking at something online here. We'll confirm this. All right, back to
in Hollywood that no one ever talked about is getting this pitch meeting, right? Like you could go and I've done a couple pitches. You go in there and you're like, here's my idea, and you work your ass off. You think you're gonna blow them away and dazzle them, and sometimes you do.
By the way, Jay, Tom had these screenshots that he showed Brad. He's going through the same shit over and over. He has screenshots of his computer screen with his camera, his phone camera. It's like all disorganized images on his desktop and folders, and they're all over the place. It's a Mac. So like you have files that are like on top of each other too. And he has them scattered all across his desktop. And he's sent me some of... Actually, I could look at my email real quick. He sent me so much... He probably sent me the same screenshots. He sent me Man in the High Castle stuff. Alright, fuck it. I'm just gonna show it. So this is one of the emails that he sent me. See, it has all the different clock imagery. This is the famous one he always wants to show. And see, this was back... He timestamped, probably by accident, 2015. So this was about the time he stopped. And he has emails that he printed out and took pictures. Oh, this is when he was put in a mental institution, right? He sent me these pictures. It's probably in here somewhere. But, I won't spend too much more time on this. I just looked at that one. Chelskis. That was a photo I put together. See, I was trying to find support of his story throughout here, and I was sending him things. Oh, wow. There's just so much. But it's a bunch of nothing. You know what I mean? All right, we'll get back to this.
Sometimes you don't. But what they never talk about is that a lot of times when you go to the pitch meeting and pitch something, they just go, yeah, no, we're already making something like that. Yeah. And they steal it. And it happens all the time. So people start getting smarter. You know, there's, I forget what you call it, Tom, when you mail yourself the certified mail.
The poor man's patent.
Yeah, I mean, maybe people already know this. Maybe I'm not doing much insider info now. But, you know, you have to protect yourself when you're creative, especially in Hollywood. Because everybody that likes to, you know, that is a parasite, which is essentially what they are. They don't have talent of their own. They go, oh my God, I have no talent, but I want to be rich and I want to fly in a private jet. This is before Instagram influencers got. This is back in the old days. You couldn't do that and show your ass. So they'd go, you know, I'm going to find someone talented and I'm just going to attach them like a parasite, take 10%, 50%.
Jay, I'll just say this. I'm unsure at this point whether we showed those animatrix stills on my interviews with him, but we have talked about that scene in particular. The one that they just showed here. Like, we've discussed that in my interviews at some point. I have no idea which one it would be in, though.
And use my Rolodex, and then that's the system here. And then it's blackmail. And you get into Weinstein and Epstein and all that, all the Steens, as my mom says. It's such a disgusting place, this industry. So what happened to Tom, you know, when you talk about the story of the immortals being taken by the Matrix, his is definitely way worse than any I've ever heard, of course. But it's just a larger telling of what actually happens when people that have no talent get around people that do. It's just, it's a gross symbiosis, to use that word. So, you know, he's been on twice. We'd love to have you back.
Their Achilles heel.
What's that?
I'll be there. Their Achilles heel is their arrogance. You just made me think of it. Like, they boast all the time. That's why they stuck all the stuff in the Matrix, which you cannot be denied.
It's arrogance, but they also, you know, I think it's demonic. You know, if I get back into that, there is and I see it happening now with world news. There's a part of them. Maybe it is arrogance, but I think it's more like they want to show you that they know that you know that they're doing it, and they want to torment you and tease you a little bit too. Like, yeah, I stole your stuff here. I'm going to put it here. I want you to be miserable about it because it's demonic. It's like they get off. The more you crush a good soul, the more power you get in the dark world. That's what. That's
you know, you're totally right, because they always say this. They send the SWAT teams and stuff. They'll always preempt with, "He's agitated. He's agitated." Now I talk fast and I'm passionate, but that's not agitation.
No,
that's equal for the finish line. But it's
EQ and IQ at once. Yeah.
Well, it's gaslighting. I know that the term's overused now, but they also want not only to rub it in because they're demonic and they get more power from Satan by crushing a good soul, but it also makes you crazy, and then you look crazy, and then it helps their argument. Like the old days, paparazzi. Like now we have TMZ, and it's kind of more of a friendly, experienced celebrity TMZ thing. And I've seen that change. But when my mom started getting famous, like they were the worst. Like we hated paparazzi. We sued them. My aunt kicked one in the balls. It was terrifying. They would jump out at you, and I forgot where I was going with this point. Such a good.
That's all right.
So what people didn't know in the paparazzi game back in the day is, you know, they would take 1,000 photos, flashing lights, and then they would try and sell the publications. Well, the publications were obviously only interested in photos where the person looked agitated. They're going to run a story. So they would shout horrible things to you. And my mom, when I was a kid, there's a picture of her holding her, you probably find online, she's got my sister and my head covered and the hat down. And they're shouting something about her having an affair with my father and all sorts of stuff because they know she's going to freak out. They just wanted an image of her mad. So there's the taunting for, you know, demonic currency, and then there's just the taunting because they want that image to make you look crazy, to take your power away too. That if anyone ever argues, if someone goes, "Hey, Tom's got this crazy story about Joel Silver," blah blah blah, they're like, "Look at him, he's agitated, he's nuts." It's a way to deplatform you too.
You're absolutely right. That's why Sophia Stewart always calls and talks about the death of my boys, and then blames for the death of the boys and says, "You killed him in a cult." I'm like,
54 minutes it took him to mention them.
Who does that? Who does that?
Well, demons do that. Demonic people, evil people, and again, I'm not trying to pull this back into the world events because I'm like my mom, where
the ones he claims he's doing all of this for, in their honor, took him 54 minutes to even bring him up. And not even directly. He had to bring him up through trashing Sophia Stewart, who's also doing the same thing Tom's doing.
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing this play out in a particular way, in a particular topic. But I do see that, you know, in regards to what I'm talking about, everyone knows what I'm talking about. There is also this twisting of like, yeah, we know that, you know, we're lying. We know that, you know, we're pushing a false narrative. We know that, you know, we're paying these influencers to lie about your people, but we're going to go into your comment section all day long and blame it on you.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to do it. We're going to pay bucks to do it. They want, it's a psyop. They want you to go, oh my God, we're losing. And it's once you realize it's demonic, then you're like,
I wonder if they feel like they're failing, and all this stuff. It's kind of rings like they're talking about us here, doesn't it? Because who else is going against Tom? Who else?
Way to deplatform you too.
You're absolutely right. That's why Sophia Stewart always calls and talks about the death of my boys, and then blames you for the death of my boys and says you killed them in a call. I'm like, who does that? Who does that?
Well, demons do that. Demonic people, evil people, and again, I'm not trying to pull this back into the.
He says Sophia Stewart calls him all the time. The whole time that I talked with him, he said Sophia Stewart never called him during that time. So it's been quite a while since Sophia Stewart even had contact with him.
The world events, because I'm like my mom, where I'm seeing it. I'm seeing this play out in a particular.
The same thing with that fight choreography. The fight choreographer he constantly keeps bringing up.
Their way in a particular topic, but I do see that, you know, in regards to what I'm talking about, everyone knows what I'm talking about. There is also this twisting of like, yeah, we know that, you know, we're lying. We know that, you know, we're pushing a false narrative. We know that, you know, we're paying these influencers to lie about your people, but we're going to go into your comment section all day long and blame it on you.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to do it. We're going to pay bucks to do it. They want, it's a psyop. They want you to go, oh my God, we're losing. And it's once you realize it's demonic, then you're like, oh, fuck it, you can't touch me. I have God. You're not going to touch me. Your comments don't touch me. Or you want to believe a lie, that's on you. I'm not gonna. Like, I see the world pretty clearly, and that's the thing. You know, if I can message anything before I leave this show or whenever I do any podcast, it's like, you are the only person, everyone listening, you're the only person responsible for how you feel and how you choose to react. And if you're strong in your faith, they can't touch you. They cannot touch you. If the armor of God, that's what that means. If for a second you let it in, if you let them doubt you, if you let them torment you, if you let any of that evil or hate in, now they got a foothold, and they're gonna start prying you open. So you have to be strong.
Amazing.
I have a question for you real quick too. Do you feel that it is about bloodlines a lot, where this whole cabal and world order thing is really paying attention to bloodlines?
I think, well, you know, I've been forming an episode. This was a shameless plug here, Roseanne Barr podcast, but we had Audra Lynn on, I think maybe 3 or 4 episodes. This was a victim of an Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh yeah,
trafficking. She was a former playmate. No offense, Tom, but that was one of the best episodes we've ever done with Audra, and she painted a picture to me that I had never even considered. I mean, it was stuff we talk about. You know, we talk about, like, I even started this podcast with her.
What? There's a podcast that's better than Tom's? Oh no. No offense, Tom. You see how he said that?
The good souls and the bad souls.
Yep.
She had it to the bloodline of Cain and the bloodline of Abel. She goes back to the Bible.
Just feeding the ego of the narcissist, Tom Althouse.
She traces it. She's like, there are 2 bloodlines. There are, basically what I'm saying, the bloodline of God and the bloodline of Satan.
Yeah.
And yeah, so what it is, according to, you should watch that episode, but what she's saying now, and even like, you know, the Gaza war, like, you know, because innocent Palestinian children are being killed. That's not, that is happening. And innocent kids are trafficked and raped all over the world. We all know this stuff. Pizzagate was real. So she painted a picture that a lot of this was happening because the satanic forces, the overlords, are literally shedding innocent blood. And she says this is by the Golan Heights. And actually literal blood is being shed and goes into the waterways. And it's to open a portal of demons.
In Israel, huh? Unreal. I'm just going to loop the music here, guys. Just keep it going.
Are literally shedding innocent blood. And she says this is by the Golan Heights. And actually literal blood is being shed and goes into the waterways. And it's to open a portal of demons. And so she did that on her show. And I was like, well, that makes sense. It's terrifying. But yeah, to answer your question, I think the good people with souls are the bloodline of Adam.
Mm-hmm.
And the bad people with no souls are Satanists. You know, maybe it's Cain, I don't know, but they're certainly not of God. And
Cainites became Khazars.
Yeah, and
well, that's partly why they're playing God then, because it's like they keep, for me, the honeypots that came my way.
Jake's getting uncomfortable because Brad said the Khazars getting too close to the truth there. Shut it down.
It's 2 types. They're either dark side of it or they're related to me, and I didn't even know it. It's like that. What was that? movie where they Tom Jones or something, I forget, where the person ends up marrying his sister and he didn't even know it. It's like they sent that honeypot to me that was strong family line, and I'm strong family line. So they put it there. It's like they're trying to dirty your hands and your bloodline. Like, it's weird, but they're playing this totally orchestrated thing. That was Mike Lang at Disney set that up. Yeah.
No, it's they. That's why it's not about a group or a religion or a people. It's they're everywhere. They could be close to you. Even your family you could be married to someone, not know they're a freaking demon, you know. But they really are very interested in bloodlines. And if you look at like the royal family, for instance, you know, everyone's like, oh, it's pure, you know, blue bloods. That's what they're called. They were incestuous. Like no one ever talks about that. Everyone's like, oh, they kept a pure line. Well, how do you do that? You have sex with your sister. Or your brother, or your cousin. So that's the royal bloodline, or the Merovingian bloodline, or the bloodline of Jesus. Like all these theories of bloodline, like to keep your bloodline pure, it's incest.
Yeah, Brad knows a lot more than what he's letting on at this point. The way he put his hand up like that, he's like, hold up a minute. He's seeing all the acrobatics that Jake is trying to do here to justify his position in all of this. But I think he's starting to see how the picture that Jake is painting is not quite adding up.
Partly why they're playing God then, because it's like they keep, for me, the honeypots that came my way, it's two types. They're either dark side of it or they're related to me, and I didn't even know it. It's like what was that movie where they had Tom Jones or something, I forget, where the person ends up marrying his sister and he didn't even know it. It's like they sent that honeypot to me that was strong family line, and I'm strong family line. So they put it there. It's like they're trying to dirty your hands and your bloodline. Like, it's weird, but they're playing this totally orchestrated thing. That was Mike Lang at Disney set that up.
That's an interesting note you made there, Lerny. Yeah, Lerny says Brad doesn't buy it, I think. Lerny says you see him shaking his head slightly when Tom Althouse is talking. I don't know if I caught exactly where you're referring to.
No, that's why it's not about a group or a religion or a people. It's they're everywhere. They could be close to you. Even your family you could be married to someone, not know they're a freaking demon, you know. But they really are very interested in bloodlines. And if you look at like the royal family, for instance, you know, everyone's like, oh, it's pure, you know, blue bloods. That's what they're called. They were incestuous. Like no one ever talks about that. Everyone's like, oh, they kept a pure line. Well, how do you do that? You have sex with your sister. Or your brother, or your cousin. So that's the royal bloodline, or the Merovingian bloodline, or bloodline of Jesus. Like all these theories of bloodline, like to keep your bloodline pure, it's incest. And which is why nobody ever talks about that is mind-blowing to me. But the royal family is the product of incest. And
right, and that's what my family was, royal family, like the Swiss royalty and all that stuff. And they go after each other all the time, cousins, brothers, sisters. It's incredible. And I was like, we're getting out of here.
It's not good.
I mean, my cousins and my sisters. So it's like it's incredible. You know, you actually do. It's insane. But I guess it's from that royal line practice or something. But I was glad.
Well, if you do believe there are two bloodlines, which is what I believe now, actual bloodlines, then you know if you're evil, part of the evil tree of bloodlines, like of course you want to interbreed with good bloodlines. You don't want to just be an evil person plotting. You want to start tormenting good people. You want to start destroying innocence. You have to cross over. I mean, that's what it is. You're weakening the bloodline. You're trying to take God out of people. You're breeding God out of people. Like eugenics, like all these Nazi programs. I mean, and Jews do. Like Jews marry their cousins. Like that's how we did it in the Old Testament. Bubby always says.
He can't help himself. He has to constantly bring that up, man.
She always tells me, she's like, your cousin Melissa, you know, 50 years ago, that would have been your wife. And it's like, that's freaking disgusting. I don't want to marry. First of all, she's 300 pounds. And that's not my type. But like, and Islam right now, Muslims all over the world, like they are literally, half of them are retarded from inbreeding. And nobody talks about this either.
Hollywood's pushing it. Hollywood's pushing the Game of Thrones. How many of them are having incest? From Jon Snow and the Dragon Queen to Jaime and Cersei. And it's like all these people are having incest all over it. And then all these other shows with the incest in it. And it's like, oh my God, it's mind-boggling.
It really is.
Oh, we found a topic they love to talk about, apparently.
So heavy. But I also see something where they're trying to insert the line of David into the royalty. It's like they're trying to bring out something where they're trying to stack a deck of cards in the royal flush of like what they feel is like historically powerful bloodlines. And the Jewish line is in there too, because I have line of David. And it's like, you know, Swiss royalty and the French, and they're, you know, it's like they're putting me as a top person, being going to be top. So obviously something's going on where, in World War II, we know that a lot of the Nazis had Jewish blood. Yeah. You know, it's mind-boggling.
It is mind-boggling because when you, it's like that meme with the curve, like where I don't know if you've ever seen like the dumb person says something really stupid, and then it shows the genius getting really intelligent, and then the super genius says the same stupid thing that the stupid person said. And it's true, like the line between genius and stupidity is really, really fine. And sometimes, you know, as you get smarter and more educated through life, you start coming up with all these theories. But at the end of the day, it comes back to when you were a child, and you're like, oh, they're good people and they're bad people. There's God and the devil, and that is now the ascended position. And yeah, I think the best way to say it is if you my mom says this every week on the Roseanne Barr podcast, pretty much every week. if you have a soul, if you're ever curious, if you're like, am I part of the bloodline of good or the NPC demons? Are you able to self-reflect? Can you look in the mirror and go, hey, I might have handled that wrong. I might have used my anger incorrectly there. Maybe I should work on myself. Maybe I'm wrong. If you can do that, you have a soul. If you're like, nope, my way's right, everyone that disagrees with me is wrong, you're probably an NPC.
I like that. That helps differentiate it.
It's like the Turing test of humanity, the Turing test. But I think that boils it down. So, when you're arguing online or you're going through your day or whatever, and you get tipped off, or you're dealing with people who make you angry or whatever. At least I'm talking to myself. You got to remember that. Like I'm fighting with someone that doesn't have self-reflection. This is probably not even a human soul. This is probably either a bot. It could be a bot, like an actual bot,
right?
Or it can be a person that's from the bloodline of inbred, thousands of years of satanic inbreeding, and it's not really someone worth your time.
Right. And you said about agitation too, which I want to go back to that again.
No, it's just anyone that disagrees, it has a different opinion. That's what they're categorized as, according to these people.
I had this guy, Sophia Stewart's main guy named Nicholas, just was texting me today. Just kept coming in different accounts, will come back on. And what people realize is they're paid to take up your time. They'll just keep running threads. They won't even say who they are a lot of times.
So I just want to pump the brakes on this aspect. I don't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation. Just that the Sophia Stewart that you're referencing for the audience is somebody, and these other people are paid to continue to terrorize you. That's what Tom is saying. That's why when we say he's got a give, send, go, he's still a targeted individual. He's still being terrorized. You're hearing from him what he's sharing right now. It's still happening today, August 15th. Okay, please continue.
It happened today on my texting. I got to text them again, so I had to block them again. It's like they kept finding new ways to come in. But that's when they're nervous, they're upset, is when they throw the minions at you and reactivate them, and they just gush. So yeah, but I think I sent you that clip of Sophia Stewart's thing where they created that urban legend of her being the writer of the Matrix. Come on. And it's like 33 pages, like we said, Jake, 33-page manuscript. And it's like, you look at what that guy did such a good job dissecting.
Does he realize what he's saying? Because he's doing the same exact thing Sophia Stewart did. Talk about hypocritical.
Just gush. So yeah, but I think I sent you that clip of Sophia Stewart's thing where they created that urban legend of her being the writer of the Matrix. Come on. And it's like 33 pages, like we said, Jake, 33-page manuscript. And it's like, you look at what that guy did such a good job dissecting what her thing's really about in those 33 pages, nothing to do with Matrix or Terminator. Yet people are latching onto it. And still, that's the big divide to say, no, this guy didn't write it, This is the only copyright in existence. The full script. They didn't even write it, they didn't even create one.
It comes down to who has the biggest megaphone, and at the moment they do, right? If they're using the networks that they control to get it out there. And then to your point about the NPCs and the bloodlines, Jake, and how they go in to insert themselves, that's another large part as to why they rolled out the jabs. The chemical, biological, radiological, and technological weapon known as COVID-19 shot, which actually takes the soul away from the individual the more they have it, or depending on how much serum was in there to do that, and opens interdimensional portals to archons, deep dark entities, to bring them into the world. And that's also been shown under different I'm starting to sound like Ghostbusters here, but electrospectrographic microscopes and technology that you can see these things happening, right? Because our human eyes, we only see 0.03% of the visible light spectrum. People can't normally see Wi-Fi, 5G, LTE, or whatever, or a microwave oven, but you have a spectrum that you can build a camera for it. And so that's what they've seen here as well, too. So when you're talking about blood and the blood harvesting and ritualistic sacrifice, whether, Kathy O'Brien, who's been with you guys on the show, amazing, Lynn Scott Hagerman, who's a friend of ours, Tom's and mine as well. She was, SRA'd under an American medical university for half a decade as a child, right? And has the same stories that you've been alluding to. Part of that is for them to bring on more demonic entities into the world and to wipe out the light. And that's literally, it just comes back to it's either you're on the side of light or you're on the side of dark, but there's no in between, there's no gray area. It's just that.
Just made me think too, and God bless Roseanne for saying it too about the adrenochrome blood, red pills, blood of children. She's right. And it's like, people don't understand, I think, about the red pill goes hand in hand with the Neuralink. The longevity program goes along with the Neuralink. So the longevity gives you longevity and health. Neuralink will link us into a hive, basically.
Yep.
And again, the elite are planning to have that not available for the masses. And that's what was in the screenplay. Now they're calling it the greatest concept ever with Joel Silver, who took it after our case was thrown for Alder Carbon. And what you're looking at is, again, the longevity program based on the blood of the children, the red pill, based on the blood of children, they say they're red pill. It's gotta stop. Stop saying you're red pilled. Let's turn this around and make it good.
Yeah.
And show them we're smart. And then Neuralink, that'll enslave us all.
Do you realize what Tom is saying here? That they didn't use up his script completely yet, but he was saying like they used it up in the Man of Matrix and all these other movies, and then once the case was thrown out in 2014, then he used it. Joel Silver used it again in Altered Carbon. The story makes no sense.
That's what we're working on right now to reclaim that still. And I'm not going to generate a lot of dialogue, but we're in the process of putting in entries to claim. So we published it first. So.
Well, and Neuralink and anybody.
Well, that's what he was saying when I met him. He was in the process of doing this shit. He's not doing anything. All he's doing is spending his time going on shows like this. That's it. And no, I'm not getting paid to do any of this. I didn't get paid to have him on my channel. I'm not getting paid to sit here right now to do this. There's no actors behind the scenes having me come on here live. This is me on my own volition doing this.
Who chooses to do that. This is the Sovereign Soul show. It's not I'm a Sovereign Soul. We all are. And to me, the download I had a little while ago, Jake, a couple of years ago, this SOUL is a great acronym for Sound of Unlimited Love. You know, like we hear from Tesla and Understanding Universe and 369, harmonics, vibration, and magnetism is the basis point for fundamental life that we all have to have. What attracts and also gives us that God molecule, that divine spark of light from takes a man, takes a woman, it doesn't take a Wachowski to create life, you know, instead of being a destroyer like they are. And when you've got that, we're returning to sovereignty and God and the planet. Just a quick plug here. It's 1:11 my time, so I guess I'm over the target. So that 111 is staring at me from the angels. And, you know, President Trump and Putin in a meeting right now. And when you look at those NPCs, those robots, those demons who are speaking out like Putin, bad, Russia, bad, Orange Hair Man, bad. Well, here are two men who are both chess masters, who are both billionaire businessmen, one who has a deep intelligence, foreign services background, who kicked out the Church of Satan, built 3,500 Orthodox Christian churches, is allowing the Jewish churches and synagogues to be protected in his country, Russia, right, has castrating pedophiles when they find them, and has forming domestic terrorist cases against anybody who genetically modifies the food, the water, or the air in Russia. How is that wrong? Then we look at President Trump and what they have been doing, and yeah, it's only been 8 months, and of course we don't have everything cleaned up right now, but we are seeing a massive cleanup at the highest levels as it comes down with the trickle-down effect for everybody, both in the States and then elsewhere around the world, and we have to do our part. We have to do our part.
Yeah, absolutely. I just made me think of it too. Like if they planted missiles again in Cuba, and then did biological warfare weaponry research in Cuba, would we not take offense to that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, and then enslave the population of Ukraine because the FBI went over and destabilized it, and then blamed Trump for standing up for Viktor Shokum. It's like, you know, they don't want us to catch on that it wasn't just Biden, it was the FBI with Biden, particularly the man that worked on my situation and bought my sister off the family. That's the guy that went over, Fitzpatrick, to Ukraine to destabilize it in 2014. And it's like, and they put biological weapons stuff, and it's like, go, Putin. I mean, free Ukraine from the dried up actor they put in place, you know, an actor just like a failed Wachowskis. You know, it's like, free the people, free them. Yeah, I'm sick of it.
I agree. You know, no one, maybe you guys do talk about it in my circles. Nobody talks about it. But Ukraine has, you know, a lot of laboratories that, you know, speaking of COVID vaccine in Wuhan.
Yeah, they're getting off topic here. I'll keep it going though.
And all those things. They're doing a lot of shady shit, but more importantly, that's a huge money laundering operation for Biden's and the Obama. So Ukraine has to be protected from our government. That's because once you get there and you open this seals and shit, what's really going on, the whole thing falls. And that's those. They're not ever going to.
The FBI has no business to go over and disrupting a sovereign nation and saying, in that article I was pointing out earlier, another time, it said that the Viktor Shokum didn't go along with the FBI's dictates. They didn't go along with it. Didn't move fast enough with the FBI wanted. What's what the FBI have to say on a sovereign nation? You know, it's like, oh my God. So they're basically using Ukrainian people's heat shields. It's like, you know, let's free the people. And then you got that Fitzpatrick guy bringing over young girls from Ukraine, flying the Ukrainian flag at the men's club in New Hope, Pennsylvania. See, it's like, God help us all. So yeah, it's time to change.
What they call a harvest. We had Jack Sovic on a long time ago. He talked about the demons that run the world, and whenever there's a natural disaster, apparently they call it a harvest, because or not just natural disaster, war, any kind of disaster that displaces the people and puts the children and women at risk. They look at that as like, shit, we can go in and get a whole new slew of wives and children to have sex with.
I didn't know that, and but in the original screenplay, The Matrix story, The Immortals, it says the harvest has begun. When the Armageddon starts, it says in here the harvest has begun.
That's what they do, and a lot of times, you know,
he won't show you, but he'll say it's in there.
Ukraine and Russia, you know, similar to Gaza and Israel in a way, it's like these borderings, like you talk about Cuba or Canada, Brad. Like if we were doing, like if Canada came across our border and attacked us at Coachella, we'd be blowing up Canada right now. Like everybody understands it on some level, like, oh, but then once you get into this bigger thing and your emotions get played with and you're taunted and demons start getting in, it's very confusing for a lot of people. But to me, you know, the Putin thing, I'm not a fan of Putin, but you know, NATO is a threat to Putin. That's the point of it. And if Ukraine moves on the border and then wants to become a member of NATO, like we wouldn't allow that. No. Just like Israel doesn't allow Hamas to traffic tunnel and shoot rockets in their city. So nobody wants your enemy on your border. It's normal. And this is the last thing I'll say, because
No, they just make Gaza ground zero if they need a false flag to do so, they'll do it.
You have to go. Sure. I've seen, just in my short life, I'm 47 years old, although it feels longer. You know, I used to play this game called Rome Total War on the computer. It was like it's just an awesome game. You like build up an army, you have to invade other countries, you have to get gold and money. It's just straight war and conquering. And I've learned so much from that game as a kid. There were certain things I'd run out of money, and I'm like, oh shit, I got to pay my army somehow. I'm gonna go take this land and steal all their natural. You just do it, and you become kind of sociopathic. That's how you win the game. But it's funny because I don't even know if they make that game anymore. But the reason I'm bringing it up is I remember I used to play with my friends, and like we all understood the way the world was. It was totally clear. We didn't have a moral objection to anything. We were just playing a game. And then now, as I'm older, it's the complete opposite. Like all the stuff that everybody understood was just the basis of human nature and survival is now seen as like this weird, evil plot and conquering and all this shit. I'm like, what planet? I mean, you guys just read a history book, watch the way in which humans move and have moved for hundreds of thousands of years. And for some reason, this tiny little window when we're all on Neuralinks or on the internet or on pharmaceutical medication, whatever you want to call it, we are completely insane now, where we look at that and go, that doesn't make sense. A bordering country, if they want to come over and blow you up, that's their right. They're freedom fighters. It's like, what? How did we get here? Like, how easy
No, my question is, how did we get to the point where the one incident, like they say, from October or whatever, gives them permission to just level an entire area of civilians? And them not to even think twice about it.
And Russia, 20 years ago, we would have all been pro-Russia.
That's why the script was to bring together people like yourselves, visionaries. And could you imagine if we all timed out and just let visionaries imagine a better world? That song. It's like, let's just envision it, give us some freedom to work it, and we'll have it solved within a week.
I would. I mean, get rid of child trafficking, get rid of SRA, protect the children. 98% of the world's problems will solve themselves right there.
Yep.
That's why I'm hoping people get it that the train station scene in the Matrix was originally supposed to be about child trafficking, but you're supposed to way it's supposed to be. And I look forward to number 3 with you guys too.
Yes, sir. We'll see you soon. Thank you,
Look at this poser here.
guys. Sorry I elaborated so much.
No, man, it's all good. And right up front there, your mother said it right there. God one, fuck you. I mean, you know, that's a great piece out there too. And I just want to, the Texans who are in the chat, I just want to give them an acknowledgement. Doc Chambers, Texas needs a doc. So anybody's in Texas, keep following that, man. There's his handle. And Jake, you said you're out of Texas, not right now at the moment, but if you ever need a connection, happy to connect you with Doc.
Yeah, I don't know much about him, so please, I'll look into him. If you like
Green
him,
Berets, yeah, absolutely. Green Berets, Special Forces soldier, did his 20, then came back, flight surgeon, combat veteran, and again, doctor as well. And now he's running for governor in the state of Texas. He was just with Congresswoman Gomez yesterday in Houston. We were all in a little text thread together, a couple of us. So happy to connect you.
Yeah, if she's into him, I'm into him.
She's totally. They're full on Texas first. So I'll connect you later here tonight with him. And thank you so much for your time. And you're welcome to come back anytime that you get free time. Being a dad and father and a husband. Appreciate it, Nate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and please donate to Tom. So
thanks. Good to see you.
Yeah, we'll see you soon. Thank you guys so much.
Mahalo, Jake.
I'll advise against that.
Mahalo.
Do I just leave, or how does it work?
Yeah, you just click leave at the bottom. I can kick you out. Yeah, no worries.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, everybody, follow the links for Jake below, and I've just put it in there as well. So, Tom, all right, excellent, man. I want to take everybody to your Give Send Go page. I'm not ready to wrp up unless you are. You know.
No, it's your call. Go ahead. You go.
All right, cool. So let me take everybody over to the Give Send Go page. Also, remember, if you're listening to this podcast instead of watching the broadcast, you can go right below the description here on Apple, iHeartRadio. You can see the links for Tom, for Jake, and the Roseanne Barr Show. But where I'm going to go over here too.
By the way, I've been thinking about turning all of this series into a podcast audio only, and it would require me to go back in and edit all the dead space out. But let me know what you guys think of that in the chat, making this in an audio format to reach more people.
Is the Give Send Go page for Tom. Oh, excuse me, I just had Give Send Go up. There we go. Now it's coming up, so I can share it. This is just how they do this. And when we get over here for Tom, I'm going to ask all of you if you could just like donate, you know, like $15. And if for some reason everybody's a little bit stretched in that regard, you can actually donate prayer on Give Send Go to Tom Althouse. So let me just take everybody over there, show it now. Let's come up, boom, 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 go to the window, and here we are. So can you see the screen now, Tom?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Okay, so it's showing my screen. Hang on a second. It must be over the target because I'm dealing with Google Chrome here.
Now, if you do that
There we
again,
go.
it's yeah.
Got it. Yep, so here it is. So this is Tom right now. He's got 111 raised. Great number. So if y'all could go over there, take a moment, share this.
Holy shit! You gotta be fucking kidding me! That's it? $111 is all he's fucking raised from being on Roseanne twice?
Even drop a prayer. That gives a heart to it. That would be fantastic. Kicked you off.
One person? One person?
Over there, take a moment, share this, even drop a prayer.
Oh, it's an anonymous. Tom doesn't like anonymous, does he? That might have been Brad himself. You guys seeing this shit?
Gives a heart to it. That would be fantastic. Kicked you off.
No one gave a heart. It's at 0. You see that? And he wants $37.50 a month. He's asking everybody to pay his fucking bills. I need groceries for my son Aiden. My SNAP benefits ran out.
Go over there, take a moment, give, share this, even drop a prayer. That gives a heart to it. That would be fantastic. Kicked you off.
There's no engagement on this. What the fuck?
Because once again, let's tell your story a little bit on what just happened with the campaign that we all had going for you, and probably thanks to those deep staters, I would imagine. So it looked like a duck, quacks like a duck, swims like a duck.
The one where they struck the website and that was actually Sophia Stewart had called, bragged about it the day that it was done. So she reveals herself, she's connected, but it's a combined effort of people. But I don't think there's any stopping it now. It's taken so long. It's been 33 years trying to get justice, and that shows you how powerful the media is. When they control the strings, now people will believe what they say. But we're being told there's so many people that understand now the evidence and finally get to see the evidence, even though they tried to block it for so long. So I'm doing this in memory of my sons, also in George Michael. He gave his life.
There's the first time he says it. An hour and 29 minutes in, he's doing it in memory of his sons.
In this, he would not have died on Christmas in 2016 if they weren't trying to eliminate all proof of the 93 script. Again.
If they were trying to eliminate all proof, you wouldn't have had him mysteriously show up on your bed while you were away at a conference.
Why he was, again, that's why he was in the end, in the back here, as the what wrote the final. It was in the final credit song. Anyways.
Well, let me show the clip from Iron Man with Elon, and just tap on it. Elon, and what you said is Mel Gibson, because I forgot to ask Jake when he was here. But since that second episode aired July 4th, you guys haven't heard from Mel Gibson's office or Elon Musk's office because you said, well, he stole my work and he stole my work and he stole my work. They haven't reached out to you and said, oh my gosh, please be quiet, cease and desist, right? And there's a reason for that. So here we are.
Probably because it's not worth their time. Ever think of that?
And then Tom will explain this clip after we watch it, and it's in Iron Man.
It can be.
Great, make it up.
Okay. Mr. Musk, how are you?
Congratulations on the promotion.
Thank you very much.
Those Merlin engines are fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, good idea for an electric jet. You do. Yeah. Then we'll make it work. You want a massage?
Now, remember what Jake was saying about how the people sell out for anything? And that's exactly what Elon Musk did. So that was him being groomed. I think it was 2010 or 2012, but people look that up. Yeah, that's Iron Man 2. And basically, there's no point to have him in there playing himself, but to prepare him publicly to receive the tech, which is in the screenplay. So, and this is all Jack's back of the neck, Neuralink.
He claims they put Elon Musk in Iron Man 2 to prepare him to receive the tech that is in Tom's script that he is holding up there. That the Wachowskis and Warner Brothers have had this whole time since the 90s. Make it make sense. Make it make sense!
And we call it neuroenhancer. Yeah. And it's in here, it's neuroenhancer. And so all that's there. And they wanted to get the tech as well as the story. So you have to destroy the author to do that. Kill his sons off, make sure there's no one to test in the future or inherit. That's why they were killed too, I understand now. So it's like, this horrendous.
So why didn't they get the last son too? Because you threatened you'll get rid of all your scripts? You already gave them the one that you apparently say they've used on all of their movies. Why would they need your other scripts? The plot thickens.
Series of events was also because the text was so much more even than the story. And that's why the Wachowski said they wanted to do Jackson Neck for real when they're given the work. In 95, 96, greenlighted to take it after I was broken. They wanted to do Jackson Neck for real. They're slapped back, and that's where that grooming starts. You saw Elon Musk being groomed before he's given the tech, so that Warner Bros. Can say, we had it first. And the first question they asked is that.
Don't you think it would have been a lot easier to just pay this guy as a writer instead of going out destroying his life for fucking 40 years? It seems like it's more trouble than it's worth. If their intention is, okay, based off of what he's said so far, up to this point, if they really offed his two sons to keep them from getting inheritance of Tom's, then what stopped them with Aiden? I think that's a legit question.
Positions for me was the first statement they made basically was, you don't have Jackson Neck in your script. I opened blind was there. So that was the grooming process. Before they give Elon Musk it, they're establishing that they own it. And so they're featuring Elon Musk. So he's basically an in-house employee, if you will. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? They're establishing that.
Sorry, go ahead. Didn't mean to step on you.
Young Sheldon would be next.
Yeah, I've got that. I'm going to play that one right now. So here's another
rocket, only due to Sheldon's notebook.
Elon, the CNN reporters here to talk to you.
Oh, this is the same shit they played on Roseanne's show. What we reviewed last week.
Look how easily he plays the liar and the thief. Look how easily he plays himself, stealing the rocket tech from young Sheldon. You could say, oh, well, that's just humor. But no, he's stealing it, and that's CNN on the phone. CNN's owned by Warner Brothers. They have their own news source pegging him, and he's stashing the evidence that he's stealing the rocket tech. That's the shaming process. So that was done after the grooming process. He hasn't been given Neuralink yet. He hasn't been given it yet. So Warner Brothers is laying out a trail. We had him in-house. We groomed him. And Elon, if you step out of line and don't do what we ask you to do, then we'll just yank it back. There goes your billions. Elon will do anything in order to have that tech and the fame for it. So, yeah.
Let me find the...
Tom's approaching this like Elon Musk was not a figure on the world stage prior to being in these movies. You know how fickle-minded that is?
The image of the neural enhancer here, there we are. This is just one of many that you sent over, but again, this is what we've talked about.
Yeah, that's Star Trek 2019, I believe it is. I'm being chased out of Canada.
They used the word neural. Oh, that was in Tom's script too. See, they stole the word neural. He used the word bone in his script too. So everyone that said the word bone, also they stole from Tom, you see. That's how fucking ridiculous all this is.
So they just did me a dirty deal, my son and I, and Trudeau's administration. And that's the same time Joe Silver's up there doing Altered Carbon with Trudeau's administration, finance minister.
Yeah.
And he said it's the greatest boon for Canada. And then you have this neuroenhancer. Now that's what it is in my script, neuroenhancer. So you have the exact name I used in Star Trek Discovery, season 1, episode 6, shown. So what they're doing is, again, they're laying it up before they give it to Elon Musk. They're saying, we own it, we have it. So they have to put my name in for it because they're going to claim my work and take my work. So they're going to establish through my own phrase, my own claim. Then you go to the next one. There it is. Yeah, see, 2017. That's even better. So 2017, Star Trek Discovery, you've got this happening where they're doing the final grooming for Elon Musk. You got the next slide?
I'm not sure exactly what is the next
the next slide would be, they say neuroenhancer again. The same scene, they say neuroenhancer.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Jay says making the Tom Althouse interviews into audio would be awesome. Jay also says, I'm getting They Live vibes from these people. Like they're the ones we're seeing through the sunglasses.
Get the next slide.
I'm not sure exactly what is the
next slide would be, they say neuroenhancer again. The same scene, they say neuroenhancer. They do it twice. Then they switch it in the same scene to neuronal link.
Oh, so, yeah, the redhead was saying that.
So what they're showing is that Elon Musk didn't come up with the name. It was Warner Brothers that came up with the name, and the cabal, the agencies came up with the neural link. The author came up with neural enhancer. They show it twice. The same scene. They then show neuronal link. So
these are. You know, I had criticism of TV shows from about a decade ago. The Office, Parks and Recreation, Family Guy, American Dad. These are all generic names. And the same thing goes for the word neural. When you're talking about the brain, and you have sci-fi element added into this, you're linking the brain to tech. His vocabulary is so limited that he thinks they stole his ideas just because they use similar words. This sounds fucking crazy. And you know I wouldn't say that lightly.
Changing it from something that enhances your cognitive and humanities abilities to enslaving us, linking us. See how you even change the name for that? When you know what's going on, you understand the Easter eggs, you'll understand completely their simple minds. They're not that clever.
I agree, you're not that clever, Tom.
But they do it to be clever. And that's when they do that clip where they announce Elon Musk on Star Trek up there with the Wright brothers and Stephen Cochran. They're saying that he's the greatest mind of all time. He's not. He's a failure. But then they have also on the screen, they show Elon Musk Jr. High. So that's the final.
Tom is trying to say that he is the greatest mind of all time. But if you look at everything that's happened to him, he has failed.
Final grooming. Final, here's your ego stroke. And then he's given Iran a link. So he didn't come up with a name, he didn't even file it. It's done for him by those that want to work through him. Next thing, he's by the president standing there to do a job. And we knew what that job was. It was to replace President Trump when Trump was killed. That's what it was going to be. And he wasn't an elected official, we all know. He bought his way in with the blood money. Bought his way in so that the public would then go through the grooming. That's why I was the face of the Christian coalition. Same thing, Musk was to be the face of all this. That we're supposed to go, Elon, save us. Yep. That was the gameplay. Elon, save us. Trump is dead. Elon, save us. Step in. He wasn't elected. He bought his way in with blood money, stolen money from Warner Brothers. Wow. So
we have Clojo in the chat says he's a placed operative just like Zuckerberg and Bezos.
Yes. Thank you. So you see the grooming trail. Grooming, shaming, final ego boost groom, and then you got it. Elon Musk isn't smart. He just uses the South African accent that we're supposed to believe is smart. But he cannot explain the Neuralink. And I can't wait till the day that we face off and explain on the air. I will explain.
You've got a couple more here you sent me as well. So again, putting the scenes in the movies, then we'll go to the driver's license images.
And Matrix.
Here's the most fucking ridiculous matchup he's tried to pull. So there's a Mopar sign in this scene that's shown in reverse because it's in a reflection. And he's trying to say that his name is spelt out Tom on one side, Park on the other. Park is his middle name. What parents give their son the middle name Park, by the way? But he's trying to say the Mopar sign is inserted there. He has no fucking idea what Mopar is, by the way. But he says, oh, look, this is all inserted here. Like he's going to try to say here, a house. Althouse. A house. Just watch how ridiculous this is.
And Matrix, right? So we got, this is so wild, an antique shop turned into an antique house because my last name's Althouse. And then you fill it with clocks with my birthday on it. So what's an antique shop or antique house doing filled with clocks? That's not much of an antique house. That's a clock shop. And then what you have in the back is see that Mopar back there? You have Mopar in the green square, and they extend the P, they extend a T or a line over the P, so it says Tom one way, Park with a ghost K the other way. So you got Park in the middle, which is my middle name. Tom Park, Althouse.
You know how much of a stretch that is?
It lines up perfectly. It's insane. And that's done in Animatrix, where they use up the rest of the story, right? Joel Silver said on set, we hope when we watch the rushes that we used up the rest of the story. Isn't that crazy? And here's also Animatrix again. There's what? Use up the rest of the story, right? Joel Silver.
Sorry. I don't know why he has this part all circled. He has the clocks there. How can he see what the time says on the clock?
We hope when we watch the rushes that we used up the rest of the story. Isn't that crazy? And here's also Animatrix again. There's my license, 7259.
And there's his ace in the hole, right? So, also, he said that his birthday was wrong on all of his government IDs, and that he's changed it since this. But that this is the date that they used here. Again, make it make sense. He said in my interviews that he had the incorrect birthday written down on all of his government IDs.
There's the clock in the Animatrix, 7259. And the red hands are 4 past the 4, 44. The mathematics.
Yo. I'm just seeing this now. He said that he moved to Baytown recently. And you see what this is saying? This was issued in 2021 and he's in Baytown already. What the fuck is that? Hold on. I gotta verify something. Give me a second here. That's messed up. How y'all doing? How you hanging in there? We're gonna finish this video and we're gonna call it a day, but that might not be for another half hour or more. Man. Alright, fuck it. I'm just gonna look up what this address is, see how close it is to where he currently lives. I'm just curious. Because it was brand new housing that he was in. And he made it sound like he recently moved to Baytown. He said he was in Pennsylvania for a while. So when did this happen? When did he go to this apartment complex in Baytown? That's messed up. Grand Parkway Toll Road. So he moved down to fucking street. Let me read the chat here. Jay says they stopped because of the 15 buried scripts, remember? No staples to avoid detection. Yeah, that's what Tom was saying. Oh, who knows? Who knows now? Okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was doing that. That he was living in Baytown for longer than a year. Oh no. He's in Mont Bellevue now. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to look into this a little more during the week.
The probability doesn't exist for this entry alone. And that's an expensive graphic. It's in the detective story, I believe it is. But this is all about putting the author's birthday in black completely, and then the age in red, 444, in 2003, an alarm clock. And this is very symbolic, And so what you have is the exact birthday.
Oh, sorry about that. Let me go back there.
We go back. You go to it next. We covered it. So the next slide though is important because you've got 2 birthdays for Neo on the passport, September 13th, date of birth. But March 11th, if you look at the yellow box, kind of hidden, March 11th is my fiance's birthday that was at the pitch session. 3/11/67. So Tika was March 11th, and that's what Neo's birthday is on the rap sheet, March 11th. So they double birthday.
No, you see, this is where he's not making sense here. What he's saying isn't what's being shown. March 11th. Show me where March 11th's at. It says 13th September, September 71. It says 11 September, September 01. And for some reason, September's repeated twice.
Neo to mock the author, to agitate the author. And they double name Neo, Thomas A. and Neo. You don't double name a character. You don't give them 2 different birthdays. So it's like, this is all to mock the author. Pretty cool. Pretty wild. Not too smart.
No, I mean, there's nobody can.
He thinks it's pretty cool.
Point to anything with a copyrighted manuscript, with the poor man's copyright, with images like this in here, and you have this in the movie, and that's a still from it. And
we went to Texas Roadhouse.
You don't double name a character. You don't give them 2 different birthdays. So it's like, this is all to mock the
Hold
author.
on.
Pretty cool. Pretty wild. Not too smart.
No, I mean, there's nobody can point to anything with a copyrighted manuscript, with the poor man's copyright, with images like this in here.
We went to Texas Roadhouse, and he had this phone, this screenshot on his phone of the clock. And he was trying to convince our hostess, who was greeting us to go seat us, that that was his birthday and it was used in the Animatrix and that he wrote the Matrix. That's how he presented it. What I just said, that's what he tried to say. You see this? See this? This is an Animatrix. I wrote the Matrix. That's how he presents it. Lying motherfucker. And again, if they used up the rest of the story in 03, why do they have to do it for Altered Carbon? Why do they have to do it for anything past 2003? If they used it up already. Are they using it again? I wonder if he changed his birth date by 2021. You know, I know there's been stories, I actually was told about one recently. Someone changed their birthday to be 10 years younger. They were lying that they were in Vietnam.
And you have this in the movie, and that's a still from it, and this in the movie, and that's a still from it, and also the other birth records.
Where's March 11th? Is he just looking at the number 3 here? Say, no, it means March 3. Ignore the 1.
I mean, come on. And the continuous targeting, it is full on, right? The deep state's in front of everybody's faces, wagging it in front of it. It literally says that on Tom's Give, Send, Go. You know, Tom still faces unimaginable loss.
Tom's Give, Send, Go, where there's only one donation of $111, and he wants $3,750 per month. He wants people to pay his mortgage. On a house where he doesn't have any pictures up of his 2 dead sons that he says he's doing all of this for. I can vouch for that because I was in that house.
and persecution. So please, everybody, go there and enjoy.
I appreciate this so much. You're really helping out. It's like, this is irrefutable. This is why they supplied their own attorney.
Oh, it's very refutable. And they supplied you an attorney from the state because you could not afford one. It's part of the law. It's your fault that you accepted that attorney, Tom. If you really thought this was an ace in the hole, you would have gotten your own attorney. All this time, all of these podcasts you've been on, not a single attorney's come forward and been like, I'll help you. Have they? They didn't the entire 2.5 years I interviewed him.
Suspended license with classmates and their attorneys to run the clock out, 2.5 years, run it out, and then block all evidence. And that's the only one. That's why you see Tom Althouse lost his case. Nothing to do with whatever. It's like, yeah, it was all orchestrated. There's nothing we could do. In fact,
oh, there was something you could do, Tom. You could have stayed for your entire deposition. Oh, I gotta go. I gotta go. Fuck you. You wasted all those people's time. You wasted my time too, by the way.
didn't allow us to hire a legal contract. I didn't show. We have it, the actual contract, where they were saying that if I did not agree with him in any way, if I didn't do exactly what he said, then it's no longer a contingency basis. Everything would be immediately have to be funded, all costs, everything, and I wouldn't be able to get an attorney anyway. But he said he lost his contract. Couldn't remember if he signed it after he threw the case. He didn't want it shown. No. But then they wanted to have they stipulated that the case go forward, even though time had run out. That way they could get all the evidence you've seen, like the scripts being restored, which are these ones right here. Thank God the CIA has some good people in it that restored this. Yeah. Anyway, incredible stuff. They can't change DVDs. They can't change the VHSs.
Guess what? He walked out of his own deposition, and then that deposition attorney said, "Oh yeah, we're going to court. We're going to tell them that you walked out of the deposition because you couldn't answer simple fucking questions." That's a little convoluted question. Can you please repeat that? Can you please clarify? We talked about the whole clarification thing before. People do that when they don't have an answer. They're trying to buy time because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're trying to make up lies upon lies. They get lost in the lies. And you see how quickly they went through all this? And Brad's just kind of like, oh, I wish we had more time. No, you got time with him right here. He's giving you the golden goose now. This is it. This is all you're going to get out of him. This is all I got out of him.
No, I mean, this is another image, right? Screen grab. Also from the storyboard. Interior tunnel background.
That is.
Oh, yeah. Back to the same shit you showed earlier in the show.
Actual script, from the actual script right there on the top. And it says, young drivers having a blast, operating the tunneler, playing loud music, watches the screen, showing the scrolling map in green with glyphs on it. That's what you see right there.
There you go.
Loud rock music playing in there. All that.
No, that's it. Court case throw. Give it to Tom. Give him his $2 billion he wants, right? He wants $2.1 billion from Warner Brothers, who's actually going through refinancing right now. You really think you're going to get $2.1 billion from Warner Brothers, fuckhead? You're not going to get that. No, nobody's going to get that from Warner Brothers. I doubt that Warner Brothers even has $2.1 billion.
That stuff. And what's interesting is, I think people can start to catch on how they weaseled everything around. They made up and they went along off the visual storyboard.
Yep.
It doesn't make sense for the machine society to have the tunnelers. You don't need the tunnelers. You've got the squiddies coming through the tunnels. That's enough to get through into this underground city. The tunnelers are the only weapon, really, that underground has, because they had to make the city by making tunnels. So the tunnelers in the original screenplay is all they have to defend themselves, which isn't much, you know. But they switched it as they lifted everything around and chop-chopped it, just like they did the silver liquid mirrors out of the train station, where you take the red pill, you can pass through them, and put them with Morpheus' smoking room or something. It doesn't make any sense.
Wow,
yeah. The architect, the silver pen that belonged to Neo as a channel changer, in the room of monitors that belongs to Smith, so you can monitor all the agents and make sure they don't show any feelings, and they're terminated if they do.
What the fuck is he talking about? The room of monitors wasn't owned by Smith. What the fuck is he talking about? The room of monitors was with the architect, not Smith. He has no clue what the fuck he's talking about.
Station, where you take the red pill, you can pass through them, and put them with Morpheus' smoking room or something. Doesn't make any sense.
Wow,
yeah. The architect, the silver pen that belonged to Neo as a channel changer, in the room of monitors that belongs to Smith, so you can monitor all the agents and show.
Silver pen that belongs to Neo? When the fuck did Neo own a silver pen? You see how this falls apart? He's going on a little rant and he's just fucking discrediting himself.
Doesn't make sense.
Wow,
You gave the architect a silver pen that belonged to Neo as a channel changer in the room of monitors that belongs to Smith, so you can monitor all the agents and make sure they don't show any feelings and they're terminated if they do. Why was that given to the architect? So they took the Smith room of monitors.
Oh, is he saying that they took those story elements from the Immortals, that the silver pen belonged to his Neo character that's not named Neo? And the room of monitors belong to the character that he thinks is Smith in the Matrix? But it's not named Smith in his Immortals? Make it make sense.
Give the architect. Took the silver pen that belonged to Neo, which represented creativity and freedom of choice, gave it to the architect in the room of monitors as a channel changer. When you look at it, it's so stupid. So all these things on Easter eggs in the Matrix, no one's got it yet. No one's got it yet. The biggest Easter eggs are all about the author. It's right there. Once people get that and realize the blue pill's a good pill, the red pill's a bad pill, you've turned their world upside down.
You hear him say this? Nobody's gotten it yet. I don't think anyone will, Tom. You're a legend in your own mind.
And the biggest Easter eggs are all about the author. It's right there. Once people get that and realize the blue pill's a good pill, the red pill's a bad pill, you've turned their world upside down. Now you prove that you're smart, and they're trying to prove we're dumb.
And you sent me this as well about the Wachowskis.
Yes, this is what TMZ is owned by Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
There you go. As much as we may not want to look at this image, the text speaks for itself. This really bothers Tom.
What happens is the attorney that was a classmate of Rankin, that was applied to the suspended license, is the attorney also for TMZ. And so they use this article showing Wachowskis where
attorney that was supplied by the state. He went into this with no game plan. In fact, I think others told him that his script matched the Matrix and everything. And he's just been rolling with this now for the fucking past 15 years. The first time he tried to sue Warner Brothers, it was in 2000, and it wasn't about the Matrix. It was about Demolition Man. He wasn't even thinking about the Matrix in 2000. He saw it in 99 in the movie theater. He's admitted to this. It's on audio.
the attorney that was a classmate of Rankin, that was applied to the suspended license, is the attorney also for TMZ. And so they used this article showing Wachowskis where they didn't let me reply and said I didn't comment, didn't return calls. They never contacted me. I was trying to call through, they wouldn't let me comment.
Yeah, maybe because you blocked the calls and said they were, what you say everybody else is doing? Oh, I had people trying to muddy the waters and distract me, so I blocked them. Is it far-fetched to say that? That TMZ did try to contact him and Tom just blew him off? Oh, that must have been Sophia Stewart. Right?
Is owned by Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
And what happens is the attorney that was a classmate of Rankin, that was applied to the suspended license, is the attorney also for TMZ. And so they used this article showing Wachowskis where they didn't let me reply and said I didn't comment, didn't return calls. They never contacted me. I was trying to call through, they wouldn't let me comment. So they had this thing about Matrix 2 and 3, you're just a hack. Look at this now. They didn't let me claim Matrix 1 by having planted attorneys. Then they said Matrix 2 and 3. Yeah, I'm claiming Matrix 1. That's where the inserts are and everything's there, but they didn't let me. So of course it looks stupid to claim 2 and 3 if you're not claiming 1.
Yeah.
Just 2 and 3 come after 1.
Yeah.
So they forced it on me. I had nothing I could do, and they had it all in place to make it look ridiculous. And it just
They forced it on him? Please elaborate more, Tom. I know you won't.
ridiculous. Yeah, I'm just claiming 2 and 3. It's ridiculous. And that's what Sophia Stewart did. She called me and said, you're the missing link. I'm Matrix 1, you're 2 and 3. She was setting it up with their attorneys. So it'd be just this. It's like Chasing the Throne. Then they ruled that any matchups in 1 could not be claimed in 2 and 3. And I want to show you something absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Never shown on air before.
Okay.
Check this out. See that pink? Let me get off the buzz screen here. I'm going to get out of that right now. Visual effects. Let's go to none. Let me show you something here. See that pink handwriting? That's the devil. That's the devil. It says Matrix only. All these pages of matchups. All these matchups here.
Right.
That's Rankin's writing, where he's crossing off all the matchups from Matrix 1. All of them. Look at this. Only Matrix. All the top matchups are struck.
Oh, where was all that before, man? Why didn't you show this on camera before? Where's all the matchups? Why didn't you show this before?
Because Rankin, the attorney that's classmates with their attorney, is striking them all because he's not letting me claim Matrix 1. Then in my depositions, they say, why did you claim Matrix 1? Rankin goes, objection. Objection. What do you mean objection?
Yeah, you didn't claim Matrix 1 when you went to court in 2000 against Warner Brothers. You tried to claim Demolition Man, which he has not mentioned once here.
He's objecting to me explaining that he's the one that told me not to claim Matrix 1, that I want to claim Matrix 1. Then he goes like this, I will not allow the answer, you will not allow the answer, not allow the answer. And then he goes like this, you can only answer it has nothing to do with me. He's the reason I couldn't claim Matrix 1.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's what's going on here. And then when it came to Jill Silver, when it did All the Carbon later after all our work,
yeah.
Warner Bros. Attorney says, why'd you name Joel Silver? Altered
Carbon came out several years after his dismissed court case in 2014. Okay? And so 2010, he was doing all this. He did an online lawsuit. That eventually turned into something of a court case in 2014. But I think by that point, Warner Brothers was countersuing him. And then he's like, let's just drop it in settlement, pay me $90,000 and call it a day. Which I don't think he got that either.
Objection. Rankin objects against it. Objecting is good for me, right? He's objecting against me, as if he's the prosecuting attorney. I'm sorry, the defense attorney. And so he's like, objection, objection. And I'm like, she's like, you can answer. If you can. He says like that. He goes, I don't even rank speculation on Joel Silver. Joel Silver, he said that he had nothing to do with it. If you look at the Matrix story, look at Joel Silver, executive producer of The Matrix. He owns the franchise along with Wachowski's. He has nothing to do with it. Tony Rankin, Total Snake, on Maui. Classmates of theirs. Defense attorney from University of Berkeley.
Tom was living on Maui. He must have filed this lawsuit while living in Maui. He didn't have the funds for his own attorney, so the state of Hawaii supplied him with his own attorney, which is Rankin, which now he's saying was connected to Warner Brothers this whole time. He said they sent him to the 9th District Court. It's the worst fucking court to go to. He didn't throw any of this together beforehand and think, maybe I should change direction with this lawsuit, get a different attorney. There's nothing I could have done, he claims. Did you want it all handed to you on a silver platter, Tom? Like, no one's... When you go into court to prove this stuff, you need to have all your ducks in a row, and you clearly didn't.
Wow.
Thanks for listening to this, though. It's unbelievable.
Oh, you got it. Well, I play this clip of, I titled the clip Freak Show. Here it is from Illinois. Somebody in the chat, when they come in, I'm like, hey, I'm here from Illinois instead of Illinois at the moment. This is the way things have been going down in Chicago. So here we are. Quality Illinois.
So for my hairdresser, it's true. This is completely natural.
That's Larry.
The carpet totally matches the drapes.
I guess people are discussing it.
I mean, everybody gets it, right? Gets what he's saying?
Mm-hmm.
His pubic hairs match his hair.
Yeah.
If you are at the humanitarian awards, like in Illinois, wherever it is, it's like you're going to be thanking either God or your parents or your friends or your producers or your publicists. You're going to thank people. You're not going to get up there and the first thing you're going to basically talk about is, yeah, my pubic hairs match my hair. It's all natural. That's a thief. That's an idiot. That's a goon. And that's what happened.
That's evidence for them being a thief. Wow.
And you look at this guy. At that time, he's like 55 years old, and he's a balding, middle-aged crisis man.
Yeah, look at this guy here. Look at Tom. He's 60 years old, and he's been doing this for 30 years, claiming that Warner Brothers stole his one script and used it in nearly 100 films to use up the rest of the story. You know the amount of work that would have to go in there to just even, like, concoct some master plan like this? Like, what the fuck?
And he's talking about his pubic hairs?
Yeah.
Look at that guy. That's a dude. That's a dude. And it's like, when they steal it, they're just gonna mock.
And he's also claiming that, like, these studios had zero ideas. They had to go with his. They had no ideas of their own. So they've been using his script for the past 30 years. Make it make sense.
That's like they did with the entries. They're just gonna mock. They're not gonna be actually saying something that is of worth. In fact, the other award ceremony they were at for the work that was ours, he got up there.
This is what Tom's doing. All he's doing is mocking all these people. Mocking Larry Wachowski talking about the pink hair. Talking about all these other people involved in his life. About how they're all bad people. And how that's evidence that his work was stolen. It's not evidence to me. Just evidence that you're a narcissist. Because you could do no wrong, Tom. Like, you think once he would stop here and be like, you know, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have gone with this one attorney. No, he's basically saying, no, it was all pushed on me. Oh, what the fuck? This dude's 60 years old. And he's the perpetual victim.
After they said, you know, famous for Matrix, Speed Racer, V for Vendetta, all of them are just recopy rip-offs. Wow. But he gets out there and the first thing he says is, how come nobody talks about Bound? Because Bound's the only original work they did about S&M women having sex together. So that was the only original work they did. So he's upset because they're not naming that one. You would think that he'd be happy about Matrix being named, but that's not his original work. So
all right, Texas Learner, you take care. Andreas says the architect was watching Everyday Stuff when Neo went to see him. I'll be amazed if he got 20 or less. I assume you're referring to like the payout, 20 grand or less. Yeah, I don't think he got anything from this case.
Oh, my goodness. But I'm just going to bring up this as a quote right from your website, Tom, from you.
Yeah.
About the Matrix. And it says, telling the story vindicates humanity. The Matrix wasn't meant to be a controlling force of fear, and they stole it, butchered it, and removed the hope from the original story. And with the first episode you did on Roseanne Bar Podcast with Roseanne and Jay, between that and the second, Roseanne said, you know, she'd really like to help see your original Immortals, which is what they renamed the Matrix, films get made. And I know you've got a couple other things hopefully in the works.
Well, that's
just wondering what this means in terms of the quote here, and then what people hopefully we can expect over the next few years if things turn out.
Let me hold this prop up again. I'll never read it, but let me hold it up. That's Tom.
For all the benevolence that we pray it does.
Well, thank you. That's a great question. It's like, I wrote it for the glory of God, first of all. Like, people say, where'd it come from? There. Yep. And it's given because I was asking as his child, as children, if we could prove ourselves to our Father, basically. We prove ourselves to our Father that we don't have to go through Revelations. We change the timeline. Can we come through like a Job test? And that's exactly what I got handed. And so all this, which is considered prophecy, came into this work. So of course they're going to launder it. They thought it, you know, make and regenerate it. It takes God out. In fact, they have me with the arms out as a crucifix, the gold cross on his chest in it. They're keeping the same scene where the palms bleed and he looks up. It's supposed to be Christ being shot with the palms bleeding and looks up. That makes more sense than Neo replacing him. So what you got is it was for the glory of God, and they took it. So we're going to find out, just like the question in the beginning, as his children asking if we can prove ourselves, he's going to show us. The promise was he would show his face to us. That this work is showing his face to us. This work has the tech, Neuralink, iPad, Surrey, all of it's in here before it was made. He gave us a bonanza of tech and everything else. That comes from God. Giving.
Tom also claims to have created Windows, the operating system. And that's no joke. He claims that he came up with the idea for Windows.
Us it, so we can control what might have enslaved us.
Yep.
So if you donate and help us to make the film is what they're afraid of, but also claim the tech back. What will happen is we can put a lid on the Pandora's box again. We can control the outcome of our timeline. That's, I believe, what God did, was gave us all this tech that would have come through evil, that we can claim it back and shut the lid on and use it for whatever we need to. As far as Neuralink, yes, we can help Alzheimer's patients. Yes, we can help parents save their children in car accidents with medical tech, medical Neuralink, or neural enhancer. Let's call it what it was, neural enhancer.
Right.
And so this thing can be applied the right way. And so that's what I'm looking for, is a restoration of claiming it, justice, and we lead the way. We drive the car. We drive the vehicle. Not failed people like Elon Musk, the Wachowskis, Keanu Reeves, Mel Gibson, and these others. No, not the pedophile world. But we take charge, and that goodness leads the way. And I think, you know, one of the things that surprised them, and I think what touched the CIA so much, was that we never gave up. Now, the other side will say, oh, you're obsessed. How funny. Obsessed and agitated. Obsessed.
I'm agitated that they killed my sons. You'd think he'd have more conviction with these certain elements to his story, but they fall flat. It's like he forgets certain elements, and then he just accepts us, or he expects us to accept the slop from him. Because there's no substance to this. He's holding the papers and stuff, but like, look through them. Go into detail.
Dare to face them down. Well, we're fathers. We're visionaries. We're people that want to see a better world. We want to see the children freed. That's what I'm asking people to give to, is let's complete that journey, that vision, that goal, and have the right people that actually created this stuff, or God gave it through, reclaim it again. And then let's take it the way it's supposed to go, not to enrich the pockets of pedophiles, not to enrich the people that are failed engineers. And an engineer told me this recently, a gifted engineer said, Tom, it's like visionaries create the work, and they have the broad vision, like you. Engineers have the narrow vision to construct the tech, to make it. They don't come up with it on the broad scope of envisioning it. They are narrow-minded into facilitating it and the details. So engineers don't come up with this stuff.
No.
Visionaries do. And Tom Hanks on that.
Sorry, Tom, but you're incorrect on that one. There's many engineers that are very creative.
Copyright for the Immortals, commissioned and ordered by Warner Bros. And HBO to write the Immortals. 3 pages entry, commissioned and ordered. Tom Hanks isn't a playwright. Tom Hanks is an actor. I'm a playwright. So, again, they're trying to use this honestly dumb and say, accept the writing button.
You hear what he said, though? He's a playwright. I really wonder if The Immortals was written as a stage play. And then someone gave him the idea, oh, you should submit this to Hollywood. Get it copywritten. And he wasn't thinking about any of this Forever Young bullshit. And The Matrix didn't spark off any ideas when he watched it in '99. He said there was no significant matchups. He didn't think it was related to his script. And now here he is saying, oh, now it is. And that it didn't show up to him that way until 2010. That the matchups here and there and all this. And all this shit that he's now been obsessing over, right? So he's trying to reframe this and make himself look good. But a lot of these ideas, they just fizzle. What he's talking about, he just, all of a sudden he just stops and they move on to the next topic. There's no focus here with his story.
Anyway, we're touching on stuff they may want to interrupt now because it's making too much sense, I think.
Yep.
I'm going to take a stab and say that.
What the fuck? He's always saying this, too. Whenever his internet connection drops. Oh, it's the CIA getting between us.
They don't want you to hear this. So.
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. Absolutely. I'm on board with you. And I also want to take everybody to your website here. So we've got the Gifts and Go page, because they hacked Tom's website to the other donation page on there. And you've got Tom Neo. The stolen story of Neo is gripped by the immortal matrix. Ask yourself why.
You see that? He gave himself the little...
website here. So we've
vindicated screenplay, justified story, the truth heals. These are graphics that film festivals would put up for awards. But instead, he's awarding himself like, oh yes, you see? And this website does not have all of the material that he's holding up here on camera. It's bare. Go see it for yourself. It's hisname.com. Go look it up for yourself. Very bare website. Good job, Jet. Another handler that got him stringing along. He's happy with this, by the way. He's happy with the way that the website looks. There's nothing on it. We checked it out here. On this show, several episodes ago, we looked at this website. There's nothing on it.
Got the Gifts and Go page, because they hacked Tom's website to the other donation page on there. And you've got Tom Neo.
They hacked Tom's website. How many websites got hacked? He's still talking about the same website hack that happened prior to me interviewing him over 3 years ago at this point.
Stolen story of Neo is gripped by the immortal matrix. Ask yourself why. So this is where you can all connect with Tom You can get in touch with him, share the merch as well, and you can watch also videos.
Yeah, the merch that uses graphics of Warner Brothers, where he's taken the fourth installation of the Matrix. Hold on. The CIA's coming after my voice, right? Fuck, these people. Matrix 4 has the red pill, blue pill graphics, and he went and put them on ornaments and mugs and t-shirts. How is that not a conflict of interest there, too? Warner Brothers can go sue him for using intellectual property.
That he has posted. Here's more of the facts. Some of the screenshots we've shared here, as well as our prior 2 shows and the 2 shows he's done with Roseanne Barr Show and multiple with Michael and Tracy Joe and so many more, as well as being a speaker at certain conferences too. So I'd encourage everybody, the link again.
We're going to look at it again.
And TomAlthouse.com. They're both right there. GiftSendGo.com/TomAlthouse.
It'll be one of the last things we do is look at that.
And same thing for his actual website, TomAlthouse.com. So please, give, share, send prayers, and get after it. And Tom, as we finish off on fucking Friday, where do you see us going now over the next few months? As all the time.
So I'm breaking you up right now.
A little bit. Hang on a second. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it just skipped a little bit. Go ahead again.
Yeah, it broke up. Yeah, but I would say to people too, keep in mind when I asked, as the author asked God, can we prove ourselves as your children? He taught me about specifically humility. The other side doesn't have that. That's one of our biggest strengths is humility and compassion. Exercise it, embrace it for each other. That's what's going to advance humanity. That's what's going to bring us closer to our Father, whatever your faith is.
He asked you where you saw this going in the next few months, not your fucking philosophical beliefs, dude. He's not going to answer the question, just like he did in the deposition audio.
It just skipped a little bit. Go ahead again.
Yeah, it broke up. Yeah, but I would say to people too, keep in mind when I asked, as the author asked God, can we prove ourselves as your children? He taught me about specifically humility. The other side doesn't have that. That's one of our biggest strengths is humility and compassion. Exercise it, embrace it for each other. That's what's going to advance humanity. That's what's going to bring us closer to our Father, whatever your faith is. But the thing is, that's important to realize that Hollywood and them, the cabal and the agencies, not CIA now, but it's like many of these other agencies are all about power. That's what Disney exec said to me, and also gaining success, things like that. We are not. We're about compassion, humility, bringing the kids, respecting the elderly, giving glory to God, celebrating each other's faith,
and helping the homeless. What else? Overthrowing the government. Water-powered vehicles. You're going to do all this with your script, right?
And bringing forward art that lifts all of us together, that we can't imagine the loss of any of us. That's where we're going. That's where we're heading. And that's why I want people to realize we are not the modality of the other side. We're about getting rid of that ego and embracing all of us in heart.
Now look at my script and tell me how smart I am. My name is Tom Althouse.
That's what we're going to do. That's what's going to make humanity thrive. And we'll save all of us and get our kids out of the jail. So, but thanks, Brad.
Amazing. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. Everybody also remember when the Rumble live stream ends, all the amazing people who have put chats in the comments, the links that are in the comments, etc., that closes. Rumble doesn't keep it on like YouTube, and they still won't allow us to get back on YouTube. So if you have anything else to say here, you love the show.
I haven't checked the live chat for Rumble, but we will go check that after this video is done. So I apologize to anybody that chatted in Rumble. This is my first live stream simulcast with YouTube. And we'll go check the comments over there once we're done with this. Then we'll take a look at that Animatrix real quick to see if it's really at the end like he says, because I really don't remember. And then we'll look at his website to show how bare it is, and then we'll call it a day.
Please hit the thumbs up, share the show, put your comments down below it, and so Tom can read it after we hang up, as well as Jake and Roseanne Barr Show and podcast. You heard it right here. He's going to come back for another third episode with his soon-to-be wife. Roseanne, yeah. Tom and Jake's mom. There you go. We'll have a little fun.
I'll talk fast when I get the evidence out. I'll talk fast when I get the evidence out, but then...
Eighth stepfather to Jake.
Now it's like I get to relax. So it's like, but I always feel like, get this out, get this out,
get
this out.
Harder
than putting lies before people. Let's just get the truth forward. And I appreciate it. Share.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what it's all about. And by the way, it was great to hear from Jake too. Unfortunately though, but to hear from him to say that sponsors are leaving their show because they're speaking about the truth and the war about good versus bad. God.
No, sponsors are leaving the Roseanne show because they're being pro-Israel right now. And people are just sick and tired of this shit.
Versus Satan, right? Light versus dark. Sponsors leaving them. So hearing that from the very top on the quote-unquote truther podcast shows, and that for sure being Queen of the World and Roseanne Barr as America. I mean, that just shows you still we have more work to do in bonding together as a community of men and women on one planet under God, depending on where your nation's based at, and sharing, communicating, discussing, continuing to wake up consciousness and bring awareness to everything in the light, so our children don't have to deal with it. This is it right here. The buck stops here. The buck stops here at this point in time, in this now space, in place on the planet, wherever we all are, right? And just ask, what would Tom Althouse do? And you'll get the answer, just like Yeshua within you. Tom, thanks so much. I think we've got
Tom Althouse would blame the whole fucking world for his problems. That's what Tom Althouse would do.
We've got one of these coming up with the Jacos. So we'll take a quick break, and then you and I are
make sure to plug the handlers in too.
Gonna jump on that soon. I would imagine after this, unless you have another show.
I have another show coming up. What I call it. Yeah, thank you for this.
Yeah. By the way, congrats for patching Roseanne with an.
Yeah,
he loves it, so that's great too. Yeah.
I have another show to go to. This is all he does. This is all he does. He goes to all these shows. Oh, this is the first time I'm doing this. I'm so glad to finally be around smart people. Now the truth's coming up. Same shit every fucking time.
That national treasure around for a long time. She's amazing.
Yes, she is. So thank you, Father, for this. Thank you, Father, for this. So
mahalo. You bet. All right, God bless, my friend. Thank you, everybody. Stay tuned for these messages from our sponsor, Gold.
Fuck was that?
This stream. God bless everyone. Enjoy the rest of your Friday weekend.
All right, you sovereign souls. Now.
Okay. So we got through the video for today. Now let's check that animatrix. Okay. So here we go. The place he says it's at the end. It's about an hour and 20 minutes in. See, there's that character. Oh. It's not the end of shots. It's near the end, though. Let's see, and then this one is the one with the clock. Yeah. That girl with the clock. And then the detective one... What is that here? Well, anyways. That's that. And then... I'm going to check Tom's website real quick. And I'll show you how bare it is. Here we go. Tom Neal. He lost 2 sons, and all his jobs were taken away. Oh, this looks interesting. The facts. Let's see. Oh, we have to watch a presentation of him from This is a presentation that can be seen discussed in parts on various podcasts and shows. Here you'll be able to see the whole presentation. Stop reading, digest for yourself. Oh, it's a PowerPoint. Look at that. Give me evidence. What are we looking at here? 57 slides. And it's on autoplay. Stuff pointing to certain, what is this? Who is Tom Althouse? Oh. I guess we'll have to watch the Roseanne show to see who he is. Oh, we already did. $190 direct matchups. Oh, it's back to the 57 slots. Share this. What's here? Two-minute, 40-second video. Gotta use a magnifying glass to read all this shit. No! He has the deposition on his fucking page!
Althouse. Yes.
My sister, she just passed away.
It struck me that it really was the one vehicle to have a voice that might encourage or affect change. We had a gathering a month or so later. Stress disorder.
As to why the original matrix is not included in this part of your lesson, correct?
I do not know at this time.
Okay, let's go back to the three in Ms. Ball's letter. So this document was signed on May 19th, 1993. What did you do with it after that, if anything?
I believe we put it into a mailer and sent priority mail to ourselves as per instruction. Priority mail.
What did you do with it after that? So this document was signed on May 19th, 1993.
May 19th, 93. So this sounds like it's part of the, oh. So his Poor Man's Packet was May of 93. This fucking movie came out in 92. Which means it was in pre-production in 91. And J.J. Abrams is the writer. So, this sounds like this is a different deposition audio. It's a different person asking questions. This might be something for next week to listen to. We're not doing it this week. Oh yeah. Here's Penny, L.A. Shepherd. There's Jaco. Jaco again. Penny L.A. Shepherd again. Penny L.A. Shepherd again. Penny L.A. Shepherd again. Wow, so he filled this website out since the last time we looked at it. So obviously he's watched what we did. He watched at least episode 3. Very interesting. But he's just posting links of all of his interviews. It's not real clear-cut evidence here, like he claims there is. And $111. Alright, let's check the chat here. Oh, I got 56 people watching? Is that right? Very interesting. Good to have y'all here. Well, if you're new to this channel, I have 13 other Let's Talk About It shows. They all cover this information here. It covers my first-hand accounts of interviewing Tom and visiting Tom at his house in Texas last year. I interviewed him for 2.5 years, over 22 interviews. And then he said, that's enough. Because I said that some people in his circle were handlers. So, now we're here, calling out his bullshit. And YouTube can tell me all day that I'm not getting many viewers. But we all now see that's false. I will continue to stream to Rumble from now on. So that'll be a permanent thing going forward. And Zenray, are you still here on YouTube? Let me know in the chat if you're still here. Zenray is one of my members on YouTube. And gave a generous donation today. $5. Thank you. I want to ask what you'd like me to do here. If you wanted to cover anything extra before we end the stream. But I think we have material now for next week. I wish there was a way to download this audio. But it's fine, we'll just listen to it on his page unless he ends up taking it down. But if he does that, I'll just screen record this audio. Just let it run while I sleep. Everything that I've done regarding Tom Althouse is still on the internet. I've been asked by people through email to take it down. The stuff that puts him in a good light. But then they pretended like they didn't know I'm doing this Let's Talk series here. And then threatened to take me to court. It's like, fuck you. I create content, that's content that will stay up. Even if I was deceived during that time. It's up there for all of us to learn. But anyways, that'll do it for today. Thank all of you for being here. And tune in during the week. I will be doing my deep dives on Coral Castle and Bermuda Triangle. And I have a few other shows I'll be doing in the future. And eventually, I will have everything on my Yissilmissilproductions.com website streamlined so you could see all the different platforms that I use to upload. And the ones that are most preferential to you, hopefully they'll be up there. YouTube, Rumble, BitChute, Odyssey, Brighteon, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. That's 8 different ways that you could find my content. Look up Yissilmissil Productions or just Yissilmissil. YISSILMISSIL. And you'll be able to find everything. But until the next one, class dismissed.